Chapter 180. Jinjin was extremely angry. Any man who saw his fiancée had feelings for another man would be very angry. Jinjin had originally planned to squeeze out the value of the substitute and then let him die a miserable death. But not long ago, the substitute had already died. There was no need to be angry with a dead person. In addition, the situation forced Jinjin to temporarily forgive ZDI. But who would have thought that ZDI would actually want to revive his substitute? Although Jinjin did not speak again, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire, as if he was accusing her. You can't stop thinking about him like this. What's so good about him? You want to revive your lover in front of me. What do you take me for? ZDI comforted him. Lord Jinjin, we must revive the substitute. Because after leaving this island, there will be no more environment where magic is forbidden. We will face a silver priest and 4 black iron-ranked apologetic knights. I have already taken back a lot of teleportation rights. If I teleport a second artifact, my magic power will only be enough for a limited number of people to escape. Looking at ZDI's sparkling eyes, Jinjin felt a chill in his heart. What you said makes sense. Yes, after escaping, if Scab goes back on his words and takes the spoils of war again, we won't have the power to resist. This woman is very shrewd, worthy of being the president of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. She thinks further than me. But is she really only doing this for this layer of calculation? Jinjin's mood was complicated, and his thoughts were a bit chaotic. Scab sneered, "Revive the substitute. Holy Knight, it seems that the relationship between your fiancé and your substitute is not ordinary. When the substitute was killed by me, she was simply asking for death. He. Holy Knight, do you really trust her that much? She is also secretly in contact with the war traffickers. Aren't you afraid that after reviving the substitute, you will be replaced by him?" Jinjin snorted. "Sir Scab, I am a noble, a holy knight. Don't try to fool me with such words. If it were so easy to impersonate nobles of the Empire, human society would have been in chaos long ago. First of all, it was extremely difficult to forge a bloodline. Secondly, there would be clerics who would use divine spells to verify the bloodline of those who held important positions. Who can deceive the gods? ZDI and I are engaged. It's a strict magic contract. If you betray each other, you will have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, the best target for the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce is the 100 Needles clan. Our interests are aligned. If I die here because of her betrayal, the Wisteria Merchant Guild will be destroyed. As for the secret contact between her and the war traffickers, what does that have to do with anything? Many of the nobles of the Empire even communicated with demons and devils and made deals in private. It's normal for such a large-scale merchant association to have connections with secret figures like the war traffickers. Looking at Jinjin, who was speaking with fervor and assurance, Scab was slightly stunned. Originally, he despised the cowardly Jinjin from the bottom of his heart, but he did not expect him to be so stubborn at this juncture. His performance was beyond Scab's expectations. Damned nobles. When it comes to their own interests, they often become incomparably shrewd. Do I really have to compromise with these two people? Scab felt that it was absurd, but at the same time, he was very angry. He had paid such a huge price, but in the end, it was an outsider who benefited. The priest was extremely unwilling. He then shook his head and evaded. "Resurrection? Miss ZDI, don't you have common sense in this area? This kind of divine spell can only be used by bishops. I'm just a silver priest. You're just making things difficult for me." ZDI sneered. "Sir Scab, you can investigate the members of the Pig's Kiss. How can I not investigate your information? In fact, according to your achievements, it's reasonable for you to be promoted to bishop now. You can already use resurrection. This is one of the clear proof of your outstanding talent. Sir Priest, I know much more than you think. Hurry up and act." "Impossible." Scab shook his head. "I'm just a silver priest. Historically, when I use resurrection, I must be in peak condition. My current physical condition is obvious to all of you. My divine power is not even 1/10 of the resurrection's consumption. If I forcibly use this divine spell, I'll be sending myself to my death. Jinjin's expression changed slightly. ZDI's eyes flickered with uncertainty. How do you want me to believe you, priest? You can even invade the central tower. Tell me, you don't have enough divine power now? It's precisely because I invaded the central tower that my divine power consumption is huge. I have no need to deceive you. We're not enemies, are we? At best, we're just having some disputes about the distribution of the credit. Scab tried to ease the atmosphere. ZDI narrowed her eyes slightly. Sir Priest, do you really not have any divine power? Maybe you have some left over to use against us after teleporting out. This sounds like a good idea. Scab's expression changed. While both sides were talking, his forehead was already covered with sweat. This was because while ZDI was negotiating with Scab, she never stopped attacking Scab with her spirit to take back the authority in his hands. Miss ZDI, don't go too far. Come here. Scab couldn't hold on any longer. His authority was constantly losing, and his vision was starting to become dizzy. ZDI emphasized again, resurrect the substitute, and I can temporarily delay the attack. In your current state, you can't possibly be my opponent, right? You're forcing me to die. Scab was so angry that he was burning with anger. It's hard to imagine that I, the dignified Scab, the Silver Priest, is being forced by a mere merchant girl. This is a monstrous disgrace. Looking at Scab's ferocious expression, Jinjin turned to ZDI and said, maybe we should choose to believe him. After all, forcing Scab to die is also harmful to us. ZDI slowly shook her head. I signed a magical contract with the tower spirit. I must eliminate or expel Scab's spirit from the central tower. As long as this step is completed, my contract will be considered fulfilled. Not only can we obtain the tower spirit's reward, but we can also greatly weaken Scab's fighting strength. Once we leave this island, he won't do anything to you, but he won't have any qualms about dealing with me. Lord Jinjin, do you think my analysis is reasonable? ZDI's words were too reasonable, and Jinjin could only nod. ZDI and the tower spirit forming a contract seemed very reckless. But in reality, if they didn't sign the contract, they wouldn't be able to reach this stalemate. The spoils of war would be completely controlled by Scab. So, ZDI once again looked at Scab, and she urged, death isn't the end, father. As long as you resurrect the substitute, everything can be discussed. Even if you unfortunately die, we will use this monstrous merit to pray to the gods to resurrect you in the temple. Scab sneered, Miss ZDI, your thoughts are too vicious. The resurrection spell has a limit. Once the time limit is exceeded, the soul of the dead will dissipate. Without a soul, even if the gods personally use the resurrection spell, they won't be able to resurrect me. How can you guarantee that you can resurrect me in time after I die? Even if we use the teleportation door here, we can only teleport to a nearby island. ZDI's face sank. This was also what she was anxious about. If not for this, she wouldn't have forced Scab to use the resurrection spell. Wait, I have an idea. We can take back the divine artifact, the golden green jade coffin. Can't this divine artifact bring back the dead? Jinjin shouted as he had a flash of inspiration. Scab sneered, take back the golden green jade coffin and send it out? We don't have enough magic power. Moreover, the golden green jade coffin is a divine artifact. We have no way to activate it. The alchemy array set up by the war traffickers has already been destroyed by more than half. Even if it wasn't destroyed, this alchemy array is only used to transform magic beasts, not to resurrect corpses. If that's the case, Jinjin frowned, trying his best to think. His face was full of worry. At this moment, ZDI once again obtained a huge victory. Scab's expression changed abruptly. He was both shocked and angry. It turned out that ZDI had been accumulating power for a moment before suddenly launching an attack. It wasn't to seize the teleportation authority, but to aim for the authority to control the weather. ZDI, you're very good. Scab was caught unprepared. He hurriedly resisted with all his strength, ensuring that he had the only authority he had left. The priest couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for ZDI. He originally wanted to rely on the authority to control the weather to negotiate with ZDI. He didn't expect the latter to have thought of this and suddenly attacked, intending to take away Scab's trump card. Seeing that ZDI's spirit was winning, he was about to lose this bargaining chip. Scab had no choice but to attack in advance. "You forced me to do this," Scab roared, using the authority to control the weather, bursting out bolts of lightning. ZDI gritted her teeth and used the authority she had just seized to try to stop the bursting of lightning. Catcher, catcher. The lightning turned from dense to sparse. Where the lightning fell, the man-made magic beasts either died tragically or were heavily injured. What's going on? The survivors on the third floor were bewildered. Previously, the conversation between the Tower Genie and ZDI had let them know that something had happened on the fourth floor. However, no one dared to take the risk. "Tower Genie, come and help me." ZDI saw that she couldn't stop the lightning and could only call for reinforcements. The Tower Genie appeared and intervened in the confrontation between ZDI and Scab. However, to their surprise, the Tower Genie didn't directly help ZDI. Instead, it took the opportunity to control the lightning and let it escape from Scab's control, turning it into a chaotic lightning. Sandow was caught off guard and was almost struck by lightning. "What happened on the fourth floor? Father Scab, why did you strike us?" The survivors fell into chaos. Scab's voice came, "I can't control the lightning anymore. ZDI, this is all your fault. Your companions will be struck to death because of you." ZDI quickly responded, "Hide near the Bloodcore. Within 3 meters of the Bloodcore, it's a safe zone." Everyone was reminded and quickly shrank around the Bloodcore. Cyanobacteria carried the body of the substitute and rushed over. Zone GE and a few others took the risk of dragging the big guy who was still twitching into the crowd. Chapter 181. Lightning continued to strike, reflecting on the uncertain faces of the survivors. The reserves of magic power in the mana pool were rapidly depleted. The survivors were reminded by ZDI and retreated to the vicinity of the Bloodcore. They were temporarily safe. However, the man-made beasts suffered one after another. In the midst of killing each other, they were struck to death. However, the number of beasts did not decrease significantly because the tower spirit was still sending reinforcements. ZDI's expression changed. "Tower spirit, stop the teleportation." "Tower spirit, request denied." "Eliminate the intruders." Protecting the central tower is priority. Regardless of ZDI's repeated calls, the tower spirit forced it to sleep again. "Damn it." ZDI's expression was dignified. The situation had become quite bad. That old fox, Scar Sand, did not look at his appearance. In fact, he still had some strength left. ZDI's plan to launch a surprise attack and seize all the authority to control the weather had failed. What was worse was that the tower spirit had interfered and wanted to eliminate everyone except for ZDI. The three parties had their own plans and were entangled with each other, resulting in a dead knot. Jinjin's face revealed an unconcealable panic. He hurriedly persuaded ZDI and Scar Sand, "Calm down, we're in the same group. There's no need to fight like this." "Ha ha ha." Scar Sand sneered. "It's too late. The lightning is now out of ZDI's and my control. It's completely free to strike. Most of the authority to teleport has been taken back by her. If it was in my hands, the tower spirit would not have the ability to teleport so many beasts in." Jinjin's forehead was full of cold sweat. Lightning and teleportation. If this continued, the reserves of the mana pool would be depleted. At that time, no one would be able to leave. "ZDI, my fiancé." Jinjin turned to look at ZDI. In addition to anxiety, there was a touch of pleading in his eyes. ZDI shook her head, her eyes cold. "I have no way to return the authority. If I deliberately lose to Scar Sand, the contract will kill me. Only when Scar Sand has no authority can I get away. At that time, when the tower spirit hibernates, I can stop controlling the weather, stopping the lightning and teleportation of beasts. We can win." Jinjin looked at Scab. "Father, take a step back. The sky is high and the sea is wide. The green jade golden coffin is yours. We won't ask about it anymore." "Ha ha ha." Scab raised his head and laughed maniacally. "Why?" Along the way, I will lead you, heal you, provide you with food, and protect you with divine spells. Without me, you wouldn't even be able to enter this underground alchemy factory. Why should I give the rest of the credit to you? What did you contribute? Despicable merchants, cowardly nobles. Do you think you can force me to submit just because you suddenly betrayed me at the last moment? Jin's eyes widened. Sir Scab, can you please calm down? If no one gives in, we will all die. You're the only one who can back down now. My fiancé has a contract with her. Scar sneered and stared at Jin and ZDI with a mocking gaze. Why can't your fiancé back down? But I have to back down. Besides, who knows the specific contents of the contract? Temple Knight, are you sure your fiancé didn't deceive you? Jin was stunned. In the end, the three sides seriously lacked trust in each other. At first, it was just a battle of interests, but now, the three sides couldn't back down. The situation was out of everyone's control. They were all riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Sir Scab, Miss ZDI, please be rational. That's right, unnecessary internal conflict will only allow the pagoda spirit to succeed. The war trafficker is already dead. We can already escape. If the result is mutual destruction, then it's not worth it. The few Guardian Knights were also panicking. Scab sneered, his bloodshot eyes revealing a strong killing intent. Then let's kill ZDI first. As for Jin, it's fine as long as he doesn't die. The Guardian Knights hesitated and gradually moved. As Guardian Knights, their duty was to protect the church. They weren't willing to fight with the Temple Knights. However, the current situation was already tense. Killing ZDI, as long as it took Jin's life, seemed to be the best choice. Moreover, they had always listened to Scab's orders. Jin looked at the Guardian Knights who were ready to move and suddenly became nervous. If they really fought, it would be difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. It would be difficult to protect ZDI's safety. ZDI, let my voice pass. Jin said to ZDI. So in the next moment, the survivors heard Jin's shout. Zhongji, Sandao, Lan Zhao, and the crew, Jin, as a Temple Knight, the only successor of the 100 Needles family, summon you, recruit you. The Empire's flag flutters above our heads. The glory will be bestowed on you. Quickly come up and fight side by side with me. I, Jin, swear on my own reputation that I will not treat you unfairly. The crowd was in turmoil. Previously, the conversation between ZDI and Scab was not spread outside. It was only limited to the 4th floor. Everyone only saw the lightning and teleportation, but they knew nothing about the inside story. Now that Jin summoned them, they were bewildered. What's going on? What happened upstairs? Did they encounter an enemy? Could it be that a modified magic beast was teleported? Jin's temporary recruitment had no effect. None of the survivors moved. It's useless. ZDI's face was gloomy. This is why I resurrected a substitute. Damn it, I am Jin, a Temple Knight. Jin gritted his teeth. In order to encourage this group of people to fight against Scab and the Guardian Knights, he deliberately spoke vaguely. The crowd was indifferent, which made Jin feel ashamed. Now that Scab had lost the authority to control the weather, he could no longer use lightning to target a specific target. However, the random lightning strikes became more threatening in the eyes of the survivors. If you want to rush to the 4th floor, you have to risk your life, ZDI said. Jin was lost in thought. If the substitute was still alive, he would definitely encourage these people, right? Not necessarily. ZDI shook her head. You exposed your true identity, and his prestige fell to the bottom. It's hard for people to believe him. Lord Jin, I remember telling you many times to keep it a secret. Once you expose your identity, it will be a great loss to us. It's all my fault. At this moment, Jin was extremely regretful. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Is the mana pool about to dry up? Let's hurry and open the portal first. The 4 of you can go first, Jin said to the 4 Guardian Knights. The Guardian Knights were ready to move, but when they heard this, they hesitated. Because the teleportation authority was mostly in the hands of ZDI, The current situation was out of everyone's control. If they escaped early, it would be a good choice to save their lives. Scab's heart sank. At present, he and ZDI were in a stalemate. Although he was retreating, he still had the power to resist. Even if ZDI won in the end and seized all the authority, it would take a long time. At that time, the mana pool would be completely dry, and they would not be able to teleport anyone. Scab and ZDI were not willing to see this happen, so both sides had to change the situation in advance. After Zhenjin's temporary recruitment failed, the choice of the 4 Guardian Knights became the biggest factor that changed the situation. The Guardian Knights were in a difficult position. They wanted to live, but they also wanted credit. They did not want to deal with Zhenjin, but they also did not want to go against Scab's orders. ZDI saw the hesitation of the Guardian Knights and was happy. She immediately added, "Can't you see? Father Scab has already gone crazy. Perhaps when he seized the authority, he suffered a backlash, and his mind is not clear. Actually, he is not afraid of death. Because even if he dies, his soul can be summoned by the Shengming Emperor, enter the God's kingdom, and even become a heroic spirit. But what about you? Do you have such treatment? Your situation is actually the same as ours." The hesitation of the Guardian Knights became stronger. But the next moment, Zhenjin said with fear, "ZDI, my good fiancé, I don't want to die. There is a standard for the soul of a believer to enter the God's kingdom. My faith in the Emperor has not reached the level of devotion. Open the teleportation gate and send me away first." ZDI was stunned. When Zhenjin proposed to open the teleportation gate, ZDI thought that Zhenjin wanted to calm the Guardian Knights. She did not expect that he really wanted to open the teleportation gate. Under the great pressure of death, Zhenjin revealed his true nature. His reason was being destroyed, and his strong desire to live took the upper hand. Scab and the Guardian Knight's expressions changed again. Zhenjin's panic allowed them to catch a huge flaw in ZDI's side. ZDI hurriedly remedied. She coldly said to Zhenjin, "My fiancé, if you leave, do you want to leave me here alone? The reason I agreed to the Tower Spirit and accepted the contract, wasn't it for our future?" Zhenjin stammered, "I will think of a way to resurrect you. I swear." ZDI sneered, "Even if you can resurrect me, if I die in their hands, all the credit will go to them. Are you willing? My fiancé, what credit is there to talk about? Save your life first. I can see that this Scab has gone crazy. He doesn't care about his life. This is actually normal. He is not a merchant, he is a believer, a devout believer of the God of victory." Zhenjin shouted with a pleading face. ZDI closed her eyes and slowly shook her head. At this moment, she was completely disappointed in Zhenjin. The Guardian Knights were ready to move again. ZDI suddenly opened her eyes and sneered, "Even if you kill me, you will not be able to escape. Scab, how can I not understand your situation? You don't have any strength left. Even if I die, you will have to waste divine power and spirit to invade my authority. Do you have so much divine power? Your spirit has also been damaged in the confrontation with me. In other words, once I die, no one can open the teleportation gate." The Guardian Knights hesitated again. They wanted credit, but they wanted to live more. Scab laughed and deliberately used a loud tone to show his state. "You underestimate me too much, Miss ZDI. You are just a black iron. How can you understand the silver level? I still have a lot of strength left. You're just showing how weak you are with your alarmist words. My spirit is still vigorous. My divine power can even cast a resurrection spell. But I will not resurrect a substitute. Resurrect him and let him incite the people below to attack me. I have seen through your plan long ago." The Guardian Knights were moved again. ZDI sneered, "My spirit is still vigorous. Then why are you retreating and losing your authority to me one after another?" The Guardian Knights hesitated again. "Enough. You two. I have had enough of you." Suddenly, Zhenjin exploded. He grabbed his hair, his face flushed red, and roared, "You two damn bastards, what the hell are you doing? You can obviously escape, what are you doing? Now that the mana pool is drying up, you are still not willing to retreat. Do you want to die? If you want to die, Why don't you die earlier? Why don't you die on the road? Why don't you take the initiative to send yourself into the mouths of those magical beasts? Why do you still have to rush here? The longer we delay, the less credit we will get, and the less hope we have of surviving. Don't you understand this? You two idiots. Zhenjin roared again and again, venting the anger and panic in his heart. Master Jin Zhen is right. The 4 apologetic knights nodded their heads repeatedly and couldn't agree more. Since I am right, you 4 damn guys should listen to me. Don't be influenced by a few words from these 2 people. Zhenjin was furious. The 4 apologetics knights looked at each other and then nodded to Jin Zhen firmly. Scab and ZDI's expressions changed at the same time. The situation took a sudden turn. Jin Zhen's anger actually changed the situation. Now, his attitude and choice were the key. Chapter 182. The betrayal of the 4 apologetic knights towards Scar Sand was unexpected, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't strange. It was impossible for the 4 of them to surrender to ZDI, but Zhenjin was a different story. Zhenjin's bloodline was noble, he was a genuine noble, and he was a holy knight. Zhenjin and Scar Sand's status were similar, they both believed in the same god. The clergy of the Holy Church often fought together with the Holy Knights. Every commander of the Holy Knights was equivalent to a red-cloaked archbishop, a level higher than a bishop. The apologetic knights weren't Scar Sand's direct subordinates. Originally, the 6 apologetic knights were only ordered to protect the priest, but now there were only 4 left. Scar Sand's condition didn't seem right. Moreover, no matter how great the contribution was, it was more important to Scar Sand. How much of the contribution the 4 apologetic knights could get was still a question. The mana pool was drying up too quickly. The 4 apologetic knights were worried that if they didn't have enough mana, they would become sacrificial lambs. After all, holy knights and priests couldn't harm each other, but there was no such thing with the status and identity of these 4 people. From their point of view, preserving their own lives was the first priority. Therefore, Jin Zhen, who wanted to survive, became the best target for their loyalty. Now, Zhenjin's attitude and choice was the key. Lord Zhenjin, ZDI called. Looking at his fiancée, Zhenjin nodded, then turned around and stared sternly at Scar Sand. The priest's heart sank. Father Scar Sand, I now ask you to withdraw from the fight for authority. Zhenjin shouted. ZDI exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. As she expected, at the crucial moment, Zhenjin still chose to stand on her side. Scar Sand was furious. Even if you kill me, I won't withdraw from this fight. Zhenjin shook his head, his tone calming down. Why would I attack a priest? I will only knock you out. Knock me out. Scar Sand sneered, a holy light gushing out from his body. His current physical condition was extremely worrisome. It was as if his entire body was wrapped in a layer of skin. The holy light, which was usually noble and pure, seemed rather horrifying on his body. You think I don't have the power to fight back? In this environment where magic is forbidden, you can't even use combat chi. How can you resist my magic? These words made Zhenjin and the 4 apologetic knights hesitate. Scab continued to speak to the 4 apologetic knights. I can understand your choice. But if you do this, even if you make it out alive, what will you have to face? All of your training was to protect the church and our clergy members. If you really want to attack me, think about it. Even if you survive, you will have to face punishment and accountability. You will live a life worse than death. The 4 apologetic knights looked at each other with a solemn expression. Scar Sand's words were very sharp, making the 4 apologetic knights extremely embarrassed. They could only look at Zhenjin, their eyes begging Zhenjin for help. Zhenjin was stunned. He didn't dare. Along the way, he had fully felt the power of the holy light. Now he had to deal with Scar Sand. It was very likely that he would die if he used the holy light. With Scar Sand's physical and mental condition, would he really not slaughter the temple knights if he was forced to? Zhenjin didn't dare to gamble. Even ZDI hesitated. Sir, be careful. Don't be rash. Zhenjin was her protective talisman at this moment. Once Zhenjin died, it was obvious who the 4 apologetic knights would listen to. Jin gritted his teeth, stared at Scar Sand, and said tentatively, "You can't kill me." ZDI's heart went cold. Jin's words made the fear in her heart unfold. Sure enough, Scar Sand's next words were, "Haha, Temple Knight, you can try. See if I dare. If you force me, I can do anything." Jin gritted his teeth, his expression even more hesitant. He was in a dilemma. The reason why he was angry just now was that he wanted to live. But now, Scar Sand was strangely stubborn to the end. This made Jin helpless. If I try to knock Scar Sand out and die under his holy light, wouldn't that be too unjust? The risk was too great. Jin retreated. The pressure of impending death caused his mind to work faster than ever before. He quickly organized his words and persuaded, "Scar Sand, the longer we delay, the more the mana pool will be consumed. The next artifact might not even be able to be sent out. Now, the reason why we are in a deadlock is because we can't divide the credit equally. I propose that we divide all the credit equally." "Equally?" ZDI raised her eyebrows, unwilling. "Please shut up. My fiancé, do you want to die?" Jin turned back and reprimanded her severely. ZDI didn't speak anymore. "Equally? Impossible." Scar Sand sneered. He had already forced Jin to submit. If he didn't take an inch, when would he take a mile? Scar Sand continued, "Do you know how much I've paid? Besides, do you think that just because you can share the credit equally, you can do it equally? Rewards based on merit are the matters of the higher-ups. Can you interfere with their judgment and decision-making?" Scar Sand's attitude was even more unyielding than before. Jin gritted his teeth. "Fine, then I'll take a step back. We don't want the things on the 3rd floor. 2 artifacts, we'll only take this big shell. The green jade golden coffin is yours." "That won't do," Scar Sand growled. Jin was stunned. Immediately, he became furious and roared, "Do you understand what you're doing now? Sir Priest. You're looking for your own death. I really don't understand. What do you want so much credit for? Can't you just give us some? Yes, your contribution is the greatest, but didn't we all contribute? Without the sacrifice of our group, how could you come here unscathed? Maybe you'd have already sacrificed yourself. At least 4 Guardian Knights wouldn't be left with so many." "Ha ha ha," Scar Sand laughed, his laughter becoming more and more deranged. Whether it was Jin's outburst or his negotiation with Scar Sand, ZDI had never stopped attacking Scar Sand throughout the entire process. In order to resist ZDI, Scar Sand could only continuously squeeze himself, regardless of everything else. He was now even older. His white hair had gradually fallen, revealing a bald head with veins popping out. His eyes were completely red and protruding. His entire body was emaciated, as if he would die at any moment. "I won't give in. If we die, we'll all die together. Why should I give in to you, scum? All the credit belongs to me, it's all mine. If you don't give it to me, then we'll all die together." Scar Sand roared, his face distorted, as if he had completely lost his mind. "Sir Priest, can you calm down? We didn't force you. The Guardian Knights were panicking. I won't give in. I won't give in to things like you," Scar Sand muttered, constantly emphasizing. His gaze was obviously sluggish, giving people the feeling that he was delirious. "The reason? We can discuss. If you have a problem here, we can solve it together." Jin growled. Facing such a stubborn and unyielding Scar Sand, he had a headache. After a long time, Scar Sand reacted, "The reason? Ha ha ha. There's only one reason. Listen carefully." Jin hurriedly said, "I'm all ears." The next moment, Scar Sand spat out a mouthful of turbid air. With a weak but determined tone, he said softly, "Because I'm Scar Sand." "What?" Jin couldn't believe it. His expression made Scar Sand laugh. Scar Sand's face revealed a twisted smile, and he repeated, "That's right, because I'm Scar Sand." The others were all shocked. Just like what ZDI said, the priest seemed to have overdrawn his body and suffered a heavy blow to his spirit. He really was delirious, he was crazy. "I'm Scar Sand." The priest's vision gradually blurred. At this moment, he saw his past. Shungming Continent, West Coast. The salty and warm sea breeze blew into the church through the tall ribbed arched windows. The soft light of the sunset shone on the multicolored flower windows, rendering a mysterious atmosphere. Priest Scar Sand suddenly pushed open the door and quickly walked into the large chapel. With a face full of anger, he quickly passed through the rows of seats and came to the front of the podium. He questioned, "Bishop Pingyi, why did you reject my promotion? I've been in this parish for 3 years. For 3 years, I've been conscientious, contributing to the parish. Which day did I not wake up early and sleep late? Most of the small churches in the parish were built under my supervision. These years, almost all of the new believers were developed by me. For this, I worked through the night and exhausted my mind. My merits are more than enough for me to be promoted to bishop. My devotion to the Shengming Emperor can be witnessed by the sun and moon. My aptitude is definitely not a problem. I can even use the resurrection technique as a priest. I want to be a bishop. This is the goal I've been working towards for 3 years. Why did you reject it?" Everyone else agreed, "But it's your rejection that made my 3 years of hard work go to waste. What right do you have? Are you afraid? Or jealous? Jealous of me? I'm so young, but I'm going to be on the same level as you and become a bishop like you." Bishop Pingyi quietly listened to all the words. Then, he ended his prayer and turned his head to look at Scar Sand. He was very old, with a head full of white hair and a full beard as white as snow. He was tall, but his back was bent because of his age. Even though he was being scolded and reprimanded, his gaze was still filled with gentleness and kindness. "Young and promising Scar Sand, anger will not hurt me. It will only hurt yourself. The reason I rejected it is because you are not suitable to be a bishop." "Not suitable? What right do you have to say that I'm not suitable?" Scar Sand raised his eyebrows and exploded again. Bishop Pingyi stretched out his wide palm and made a gesture to Scar Sand. Even though Scar Sand's anger rushed to his heart, following Bishop Pingyi's action, his mood miraculously eased a little. Bishop Pingyi slowly said, 3 years ago, there was a theft case. A young guard under the city lord's command stole a treasure from the city lord's residence and was discovered in the end. His corpse was hung at the city gate for a year. You were the one who reported this matter, right? Scar Sand's eyes flickered with a cold light. That's right. The truth was that this young guard was trying to elope with the city lord's daughter. Before the operation, the guard confessed to me, repenting his betrayal of the city lord and the guilt of being away from his parents. At the same time, he prayed for the success of this elopement. This bumpkin, he relied on his handsome appearance and flowery words to climb up to the upper class. The city lord's daughter was inexperienced, so she was deceived by him. How could I tolerate such an act of disrespect? The city lord gave him the opportunity to be a guard. What a great favor. He actually wanted to repay kindness with enmity. Thus, I was filled with anger and told the city lord about this matter that very night. Was I wrong? Bishop Pingyi shook his head. Confession is the moment when mortals get close to God. We should forgive. This is a sacred matter, and should not be used. You violated the church's rules. 2 years ago, when the Archbishop of Secret Rainbow came to inspect, you were in charge of receiving him. During the 7 days of receiving him, hundreds of people in the parish lost their lives. Is this true? Scar Sand nodded. It is true. However, Bishop Pingyi, you know the situation of our parish best. We are too barren here, and the only specialty is the silver-threaded fish. I mobilized the church and offered a large reward, encouraging them to catch the freshest silver-threaded fish alive to receive the Archbishop of Secret Rainbow. The Archbishop of Secret Rainbow was full of praise for this. Although it was very dangerous to go deep into the sea to catch the silver-threaded fish alive, the church was willing to take the risk when they heard that it was to serve the Archbishop of Secret Rainbow. Bishop Pingyi sighed. However, the money you used to offer the reward was originally contributed by these church members. My original plan was to use the money to buy improved seeds and distribute them to the people for free, improving the food in the parish. So that these people could eat real food, and not mud biscuits made of mud, butter, and sea salt. Scar Sand raised his eyebrows and said angrily, this is a good plan, but I don't think it was wrong to use it on the Archbishop of Secret Rainbow. I used it for the right purpose, and did not embezzle it. I have never tasted a silver-threaded fish before. It is only natural for the lower class to contribute to the higher class. There is no need to care too much about these people. They are like weeds, the more they die, the more they grow. What is the most abundant in the parish? Isn't it just these people? Bishop Ping Yi, I know you were promoted from a commoner, and I understand your attitude. However, you are too sympathetic to these lower class people. In fact, human society is not much different from the jungle and the sea. Everyone's future identity and level is determined from the moment they are born. The higher class people are like sharks and tigers, while the lower class people are like fish and prawns, birds and rabbits. They are born to be sacrificed, and their flesh and blood nourish the higher class people. This is the society of our human race. No, to be more precise, elves, beastmen, dwarfs, and so on, which one is not like this? Only when the strong rule the weak, and the higher class rule the lower class people, will society be stable, families will have order, and the empire will have hope. Bishop Ping Yi shook his head, because this money was used for other purposes. A famine came a year ago, and many people were at their wits' end. It was you who cooperated with the Lord to suppress these people, and slaughtered them all. I remember I told you not to act so hastily, right? Scar Sand sneered. Indeed, Your Excellency, your idea at that time was to mediate, so you told me. But I was not willing. These rioters, they dared to rebel against the Lord. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Worms and earthworms should live in mud. This is the trajectory of their lives. Any lower class people who covet the higher class people, who are filled with greed and unwillingness, must be taught a bloody lesson. I killed all the people who tried to riot, and the parish is peaceful now. No one will resist. This is all my contribution. Bishop Ping Yi was silent. After a moment, he sighed. Scar Sand, I remember you are also from a noble family. You are a bastard, right? You don't have the qualifications to inherit the territory, so you chose to be a priest. In that case, please understand these mortals. To a certain extent, they are in a similar situation to you. Scar Sand laughed. Bishop Ping Yi, how can you judge me like this? You are still a commoner, you can't understand the thoughts of us nobles. To tell you the truth, I am not a bastard, but a legitimate son, and the eldest son. But I voluntarily gave up the right to inherit the territory. Why? Because my bloodline is not outstanding, the concentration is very low, and my brother's potential is much stronger than mine. Bishop Ping Yi was stunned. What do you think the world is? What is the foundation of the empire? Bishop Ping Yi. Scar Sand opened his arms, his voice so loud that it echoed in the chapel. It is because we have the right thoughts. When a person is born, their bloodline determines their life. Mortals without bloodline have to live in mud for their entire lives. This is actually a kind of protection for them. If you want an earthworm to rise high in the sky, it will only burn him to death from the sun. Although I have an outstanding bloodline, there are people of the same age who are much more outstanding than me in the family. For the entire family, I have to give in. Lions are always competing with each other. We have to let the young lions with the strongest aptitudes eat the best meat. Only then can there be the strongest lion king of each generation. The family is like this. The empire is also like this. It is because of this that our human race can suppress the world and occupy the throne of the first overlord. Bishop Ping Yi, do you know that your thoughts are very dangerous? These mortals are not worth caring about. In order to protect them, you sacrifice the interests of the upper class. This will only make the Lion King of the entire pride weak, and over time, the human race will become worse and worse, being overtaken by other races. Bishop Ping Yi's face was calm, but his gaze was firm. If mortals are not worth caring about, then what am I? This is the fairness of fate. Among the countless mortals, there will always be one or two lucky ones who stand out. But what does this count for? It is a miracle that it happened to you. From the perspective of the family, a noble family can continuously produce extraordinaries. But what about mortals? Among tens of thousands of people, there might not even be one in several years. From the perspective of the empire, almost all the higher-ups are of noble birth. Even if they have the identity of a mortal, there is only one exception in 10,000. Forget it, Looking at your expression, I know that you are stubborn. Scar Sand spat out a mouthful of turbid air and sneered. You can't convince me, and I can't convince you. Then come, Bishop Ping Yi, I formally propose a duel within the church. The duel within the church was one of the characteristics of the sacred sect, because the Shengming Emperor was the god of victory. Once a dispute occurred, the winner of the duel within the church would also win in the dispute. A great battle lasted for half the night. A few days later, Scar Sand bid farewell to Bishop Ping Yi. I can heal the scar on your face, Bishop Ping Yi said. No need, I deliberately kept it. Scar Sand's face was calm, but his gaze was filled with hatred. I want to take it and continue on the path of my life. I want it to remind me at all times of the humiliation and failure I suffered here. One day, I will come back and tell you that I am the right one. Ping Yi was silent. Scar Sand turned around, raised his head, and strode out of the church. His blurry vision gradually became emotional, and he struggled out of his memories. Scar Sand once again saw Zhen Jin, ZDI, and the 4 guardian knights in front of him. The anger and fear on each of their faces increased the joy in Scar Sand's heart. I will never back down. You bunch of lowly bloodlines, a mere black iron, and you want to humiliate me? As for you, Zhen Jin, you have brought shame to your family and your bloodline. How can the noble give way to the lowly? Even if it means death. There was dead silence. Zhen Jin was dumbfounded. If people were not afraid of death, what else could they do? Everyone was helpless against Scar Sand. Then go to hell. ZDI gnashed her teeth in hatred. Father, are you forcing us to make a move? The Guardian Knights were ready to make a move. Scar Sand only responded with a cold snort. The 4 apologetic knights looked at each other and dispersed. From 4 different directions, they slowly approached Scab Shaw. The aura of defeat hit him in the face. Scar Sand knew that he had been bluffing. In fact, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and there was not much of his divine power left. He also knew that he was irrational, but in fact, without this anger and unwillingness to support him, he would have collapsed long ago. Perhaps this was human. Some people were usually controlled by their emotions and did not know it, but at the crucial moment, they were as calm and rational as ice. And some people were usually calm and rational, but at the critical moment of life and death, they were blinded by their emotions. Is this the best I can do? On the verge of defeat, Scar Sand's eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. Wait! He blurted out, shouting in a low voice. At this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. This bolt of lightning tore through the dark fog, illuminating a path to victory. My great lord! Scar Sand sighed, and his gaze immediately skipped over the Guardian Knights that he called out, skipped over Zhen Jin, and landed on ZDI's body. The shipwreck of the Pig's Kiss was caused by you, right? Miss ZDI. Everyone. Jin was furious. Father Zhao Shuo, you're talking nonsense. You just want to stall for time. This kind of trick. Ha ha ha. Scar Sand suddenly laughed wildly, and his spirit was lifted. His gaze was like a sharp arrow, locking onto ZDI, and he repeated, this battle is my victory. Because, the shipwreck of the Pig's Kiss was caused by you. Chapter 183. Zhen Jin and the 4 apologetic knights were a little surprised by Scar's certainty. ZDI's heart sank, but she sneered, oh. Father, you want to struggle? Just based on this one-sided statement. I have evidence. Scar growled. First, you have the 18th level of authority. This level of authority is not simple. It's not just a simple transaction with the war traffickers, or a transaction volume that reaches a certain level. You can get this level of authority. I've already checked. There are a total of 50 levels of authority. The 18th level of authority is already very high, at least a partner. So, your relationship with the war traffickers is not that simple. Second, you just admitted that Zhen Jin's substitute was custom-made from the war traffickers. Zhen Jin once confessed to me, so I know that the first time he saw the substitute was in the warehouse at the dock. And before that, you couldn't show Zhen Jin his substitute. This means that after you got the goods from the war traffickers, you transported them to the warehouse at the dock. I'm guessing that before this, You have already set foot on the island of confusion and returned to the dock with Jinjin's substitute. You also said that this is all your guess. ZDI shook her head. Don't worry. There's a third point. After the shipwreck, you disappeared. Most of the survivors had boarded the beach closest to the sunken ship, but there was no sign of you. Why was your landing point so far away from the sunken ship? After you fell into the water, the island was close at hand. Why didn't you swim to the beach closest to you? Instead, you chose to go further away? What's wrong with that? I was swept by the waves. ZDI said indifferently. Scar's gaze became sharper. Ha ha ha, a very good excuse. You blurted it out, proving that you were already prepared to deal with this kind of questioning. But, if it was the waves and you couldn't control yourself, then it's even more strange. Why did you land on this island with a group of people following you? Why did you happen to keep Jinjin's substitute so well? Do you believe in the sea god? With his blessing, not only did he send you to the beach with the waves, but he also sent a team of people who happened to belong to you to protect you. ZDI sneered. You didn't split up either, did you? Can I also suspect that you and the Apologetics Knights are the ones who caused the shipwreck? No, it's obvious that Father Scar Sand used divine spells to unite all the knights. When we were on the ship, the Apologetics Knights were always by the priest's side. Jinjin shook his head and denied ZDI's words. He began to size up his fiancée in front of him with a surprised and suspicious look. ZDI's face darkened. Ha ha ha. Scab laughed heartily. Temple Knight, it seems like you aren't that stupid. Then, I can conclude that after the shipwreck, you gathered a team of people and boarded the landing boat. You went to another place that you were relatively familiar with and landed on Confusion Island. You've come prepared. ZDI retorted. If I came prepared, I wouldn't have chosen such a landing spot. This is a huge flaw. If you can see it so easily, others can naturally see it too. Would I expose myself so easily? So, you wanted to land on Confusion Island. You were prepared, but the timing was too hasty. You didn't prepare enough. This is probably because you created the shipwreck on the spur of the moment. Your original plan was to make an agreement with Jinjin to go to the wilderness continent and help Jinjin compete for the position of White Sand City's lord. But when the Pig's Kiss sailed to the shipwreck site, you discovered that a shocking change had occurred on Confusion Island. A team of powerhouses from the Bloody Judgment Court raided the underground alchemy factory. They almost died together with the war traffickers. Because you have the 18th level of authority, you learned of this situation. You decided to land on Confusion Island at the last minute. From your point of view, if the war traffickers were seriously injured, you could rescue them. This would be a huge contribution. If the war traffickers died, you could immediately take over all their assets. If the Bloody Judgment Court won, you could pretend to be innocent and see if there was a chance to destroy the evidence of your Wisteria Chamber of Commerce colluding with the war traffickers. But when you decided to take action, you found that you couldn't do it openly. You could only do it secretly. There's another problem. You made an agreement with Jinjin to go to the wilderness continent. Success or failure in the competition for the position of White Sand City's lord is related to your future. But the war traffickers and Confusion Island are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you take a gamble, perhaps your whole life will be turned upside down. I have to admit that you have a very adventurous spirit. In fact, if you could really make it here, you would indeed be the first to inherit the war traffickers' assets. Unfortunately, your team was too weak. They didn't even make it to the jungle. Perhaps this is because you underestimated the dangers of Confusion Island. Or perhaps because of the previous fierce battle, the war traffickers activated all their defensive measures and released countless man-made magical beasts. At the most critical moment, you almost lost your life. You had no choice but to hastily awaken the substitute. Because the substitute's memory was too hasty, it was only instilled with a small amount of memory. That's why you had all kinds of experiences later. ZDI's eyes flickered as she retorted, then why did I kill the captain? If I really wanted to land on Confusion Island, I wouldn't have brought more people ashore, right? After discussing with Jinjin, I secretly left with a landing ship. Wouldn't that be fine? Why would I do something so superfluous as to kill the captain and create a shipwreck so that more people would land on Confusion Island? As soon as these words were spoken, Jinjin and the 4 apologetic knights' faces changed dramatically. ZDI saw the change in their expressions and her face suddenly turned pale. At the critical moment, she made a huge mistake. Scab was very excited. His pupils dilated as he stared at ZDI. Did I say that you killed the captain? ZDI tried her best to make up for her mistake. She shrugged and said, "What's wrong with that? You framed me for causing a shipwreck, then the captain must be the biggest obstacle. His cause of death is a mystery. I just said in advance that you want to frame me. As expected of the president of the Chamber of Commerce, you're really eloquent. Unfortunately, I know why you killed the captain," Scab said. "Because you found out about the captain of the Pig's Kiss and wanted to harm you. He was actually a member of the Temple Knights, Fen Yi. Fen Yi was one of the competitors for the position of the Lord of White Sand City. Later, I realized that my itinerary was actually a coincidence. The captain was loyal to Fen Yi's family. He was ordered to investigate my information, and if the situation permitted, he would use Fen Yi's name to express goodwill to me in advance. Your goal was to get close to me, so you chose to land on the Pig's Kiss. The captain might not have found out about Jinjin, but he found out about his fiancée, Miss ZDI. Of course, the captain would want to harm you. I don't know why, but Miss ZDI, you found out about it. If you secretly left, it was very likely that the captain would track you down. This would bring you a lot of trouble when you landed on the island. So, you simply created a shipwreck and killed him. Then how did you know, father?" Jinjin looked at Scab and asked. Scab smiled faintly, because Shisuo is the captain's son. Of course, he knew about the captain's camp. However, he struggled to survive on the island and chose to rely on your substitute. Of course, he thought that the substitute was the real Temple Knight. When he confessed to me, he was very worried. He really did want to rely on the substitute, but he was afraid that the substitute would find out about his father's camp. Jinjin suddenly understood. ZDI refuted, "The captain of the Pig's Kiss is very strong. I'm just a fledgling low-level mage. How could I kill him without making any noise?" Scab sneered, "I don't know. You're a mage, and a mage's methods are very rich. You're also proficient in potions, so you must have a variety of methods. In short, after you killed the captain, you destroyed the Pig's Kiss and broke it in two. You led a group of the most loyal and reliable people and landed on the island." Jinjin and the 4 apologetic knights looked at ZDI. "ZDI, tell me this isn't true." Jinjin's voice trembled. ZDI sneered, "So, in the end, all of this is your guess." "Haha, of course I can prove it." Scab laughed again. Divine art, lie detection. In the next moment, the divine art that Scab cast fell on ZDI's body. "Now, if you were wrongly accused by me, Miss ZDI, you can prove yourself." Scab took a deep breath, his face completely calm. ZDI fell into a deathly silence. Scab's face changed, from calm to excited. He couldn't help but be excited. At the last moment, when he was about to lose, he finally grasped the final chance of victory. Indeed, all of this was just his guess. He only saw a possibility. But now, he had succeeded. ZDI's silence explained everything. The divine power he had left was extremely little, and it was really only enough to cast a small divine art to detect lies. But it was this seemingly ordinary divine art that changed everything. Jinjin and the apologetic knights' faces became more and more ugly. "I was almost used by her. Vicious woman, so beautiful on the outside, so dark on the inside. So many people died because of you. You should be hanged. Tell me, ZDI, why did you do this?" Jinjin walked in front of ZDI and asked emotionally. ZDI sighed and shook her head, "You don't need to know so much." Jinjin continued to ask, "You caused the ship to crash, but you didn't inform me at all. You didn't care about my life and death, you abandoned me. This is unreasonable. We have a marriage contract, and the marriage contract was announced. You caused the ship to crash and didn't inform me, which is equivalent to secretly harming me. You violated the marriage contract like this, and you will be killed by the contract. Why are you still alive now? ZDI responded with silence. Scab said, it's very simple. I speculate that this was the work of the war traffickers, who tampered with the marriage contract. He is an alchemy grandmaster, a legendary mage. Junjin narrowed his eyes, staring at ZDI in front of him, and began to emit a dangerous aura. The facts had already proved Scab's guess. ZDI betrayed him, but she did not suffer the backlash of the marriage contract. Scab said again, think about it more, Paladin. Why did Miss ZDI choose a substitute after causing the shipwreck, and not you? Speaking of which, this substitute really looks like you. If you didn't take the initiative to reveal it, I would have been kept in the dark. Your substitute is very different from ordinary war creatures. He is very special. It is very likely that he was personally modified by the war traffickers. I'm afraid that Miss ZDI really wanted to use a substitute to replace you. Scab's words made Junjin's body and mind tremble violently, and then an ice-cold chill gushed out from the depths of his heart, quickly spreading to his whole body. No, impossible. Junjin held his head, and his frightened emotions made his pupils shrink to the smallest. I want to compete for the position of White Sand City's lord, and my identity will definitely be strictly checked. If I become the city lord in the future, I will be even more strictly examined. In addition to the examination of bloodline, there will also be the examination of memory, and the use of divine arts. Junjin subconsciously retorted. Scab sneered, look at these man-made magical beasts, these are all proof that the war traffickers are already the world's peak in the field of life alchemy. The examination of bloodline is not a problem for him. Think about your substitute, the Temple Knight. The accuracy he displayed was even greater than yours. I heard that he can also use the 100 needles fighting technique. And memory is even less of a problem. Didn't you use the memory crystal before? As for the examination of divine arts, this is indeed a huge obstacle. But for the war traffickers, I don't think it's a problem. Look, what is this big shell? Scab's eyes indicated. Junjin's body and mind trembled again, and he muttered, the fairy tale of the mermaid. The pearl foam produced by this artifact could even deceive the gods, and was the world's best disguise. At this moment, Junjin finally realized his true situation. I didn't expect that there would be a deadly poisonous snake hiding by my side. Apart from the horror, there was also a monstrous anger. You damned woman, you actually want to take my life. Junjin was agitated, and he pulled out the silver lightning, thrusting it towards ZDI. Spare her life. At the crucial moment, it was Scab who called out. Junjin's wrist shook, and the silver lightning almost grazed ZDI's heart, passing through her body. Scab shouted, don't be impulsive, Paladin. I don't have enough divine power, and I can't invade the authority by myself. But my spirit has been entangled with ZDI's spirit. Her spirit has been recognized by the Tower Spirit, and I'm trying to adjust my own spirit, pretending to be her. Only in this way can I control the teleportation authority again. Of course, if Miss ZDI can obediently cooperate with me, that would be the best-case scenario. ZDI sneered, you wish. Saying this, she urged her spirit again, and attacked Scab. Scab's nose started to bleed, and he felt dizzy. Very good. Scab clenched his teeth and persisted, torture her ruthlessly. Junjin moved, and with a kick, he kicked ZDI to the ground. Then, the silver lightning sword in his hand lightly pierced through ZDI's shoulder, and she was temporarily fixed to the floor. The intense pain caused ZDI's spirit to fluctuate, and Scab took the opportunity to counterattack, stabilizing his position. But ZDI's spirit still stubbornly resisted. Let's die together. You want me to die? Why? Why? Have I ever treated you badly? I've always treated you with sincerity. Junjin roared, extremely angry. The silver lightning in his hand pierced continuously, and soon, there were more than 10 small bloody holes on ZDI's body. The silver lightning continued to provoke, and ZDI's hands and feet were cut off, and she could no longer exert strength. The immense pain caused the girl's body to twitch. But she clenched her teeth tightly, and did not let out a cry. This tough attitude made Junjin hate and angry, and he tortured ZDI even more viciously. The magic robe could not resist the silver lightning, and Zdi's ears and fingers were cut off one by one. The skin on her arms and legs were cut off piece by piece, revealing the bright red flesh underneath. Soon, a pool of blood accumulated under Zdi's body. The 4 apologetic knights felt a chill in their hearts. Zhenjin was proficient in martial arts, and his methods of torturing people were even more skillful. He had a good understanding of the human body's structure, and Zdi suffered a great deal of pain, but she did not die immediately. After a while, Scab suddenly made a sound, and the spiritual confrontation achieved a breakthrough. He began to regain the authority that he had lost previously, and he was progressing at a rapid pace. Zdi's spirit was constantly shrinking and collapsing, and her usually bright purple crystal-like eyes became dim. Waves of black and grey color filled her vision. I never thought that my end would be like this. I still failed in the end. The aura of death came from all directions. Chapter 184. In a room filled with the smell of medicine, a seriously ill lady lay weakly on the bed. The door opened gently, and a father and daughter came to the bedside. The father's face was full of worry. He sighed and said to his daughter, "Zdi, quickly say the last words to your mother." Childhood Zdi gently called out, "Mother." The lady opened her eyes with difficulty. When she saw Zdi, she immediately showed strong love, reluctance, and guilt. "My daughter." Childhood Zdi was puzzled. "Mother, father said you have to go to another place. Can you not go?" The lady smiled, but her eyes quickly turned red. "No, mother also wants to stay and accompany you for the rest of your life. But mother can't, I'm sorry." Childhood Zdi lowered her head and sobbed. Behind her, her father was also immersed in grief and remained silent. The lady was extremely distressed. She used all her strength to barely grab Zdi's little hand and comforted her. "Little Zdi, don't cry, be good. Before you leave, mother will tell you your favorite story." Childhood Zdi raised her head. There were still tears in her big eyes, but her attention was obviously drawn away. "Is it the story of the princess, the demon, and the knight?" "Yes. I love it the most." Childhood Zdi choked with sobs and nodded. "A long, long time ago, there was a kingdom. The king was benevolent and loved the people. He and the queen loved each other very much. But after they had been married for a long time, they had a child. She was a little princess. The little princess was not only innocent, lively, and cute, but also the most beautiful person in the kingdom. Whether it was the king, the queen, or the entire kingdom, they all loved the little princess very much and treated her as an angel. One day, a very, very bad demon sneaked into the castle and took the little princess away by force. The demon took the little princess to his lair in the abyss and didn't let the little princess leave. The demon liked the little princess very much. He said to the little princess angrily, "Quickly marry me, little princess. You are the cutest person I have ever seen in the world." The little princess shook her head. "I don't want to marry you, you bad demon. My father and mother will send knights to save me." The demon laughed. "My lair is very, very deep in the abyss. No one knows its exact location. How can a knight find it?" The little princess gradually grew up. The demon bared his teeth at the princess and said, "Princess, oh princess, you are the most youthful and beautiful girl I have ever seen in the world. Quickly marry me. After so many years, your knight still can't find this place." However, the princess did not doubt him. Instead, she was even more determined than before. "There will definitely be knights who will find this place. I will never marry you." The princess gradually grew older and became the eldest princess. The demon was even more captivated by the first princess. "First princess, you are the most charming and seductive person I have ever seen. Your skin is smoother than snow, your face is prettier than the goddess of beauty, your eyes are brighter than the stars at night, and your golden hair is long and soft, like silk woven by the sun. Quickly marry me. My knight will come and save me." The first princess was still very determined. The demon mocked, "You can't wait. You have waited for so many years. If you wait any longer, the god of time will take away your youth, fade your brilliance, and put wrinkles and age on your body. Rather than that, you might as well marry me now." The first princess thought for a moment and deliberately said to the demon, "Let me think about it. If I am in a good mood, I will agree." The demon was very happy. "Then how can I make you happy?" The first princess said, "Oh, it's like this. Your lair is dark and stuffy. For so many years, I have not seen the night sky. If I see the vast sky and feel the cool night breeze, my mood will naturally be cheerful." The demon thought for a moment and agreed. "That's easy. I will open the lid of the abyss and you will be able to see the night sky." Thus, the demon opened the lid. The first princess looked up and saw the night sky and many stars. She suddenly pulled off her hair tie, and her long golden hair, which was as beautiful as a waterfall, spread out. Her long hair emitted golden sunlight. The sunlight shone into the night sky and covered the brilliance of the stars. A handsome, young, brave, and fearless knight saw the golden sunlight and broke into the abyss to find the demon and the first princess. "Let go of the princess, you despicable demon," the knight shouted and engaged in a fierce battle with the demon. The knight was very powerful and the demon was no match for him. But the demon was very cunning. He stretched out his finger and turned the princess into his appearance. Now the two demons were standing in front of the knight. The two demons laughed proudly at the same time. "Knight, put down your spear. You can't tell who is real and who is fake. If you make the wrong choice and kill the real princess, it will be terrible." The knight hesitated for a moment but quickly made a decision. He pulled out his sword and slashed at the real devil. The demon was seriously injured and roared in disbelief. "How do you know I am real?" "Because your body emits a strong smell of sulfur. But the real princess, although her appearance has been turned into a demon by you, has a moving fragrance." The knight replied. And so, the demon was killed by the knight. As soon as the demon died, his dark magic also disappeared and the princess returned to her original appearance. The young knight took the princess away from the abyss of sin and returned to the castle to see the king and queen. The family was finally reunited. The princess married the knight and lived a happy life from then on. After telling the story, the madam became weaker. She tried her best to support herself and not let herself fall asleep. She used the last of her strength to grab ZDI's small hand and told her, "My little ZDI, my little princess, although mother is leaving, you will still receive father's love no matter what kind of trouble you will face in the future. You must keep hope in your heart, you must be optimistic. You must be strong as long as you persist. There will be a knight, your knight, who will come to help you and save you." After saying that, the madam's strength finally dissipated and she slowly closed her eyes. The breath of life slowly disappeared. This was a mother's blessing to her daughter, and also her last words. The young and ignorant ZDI didn't understand the heavy meaning of this scene, but her mother's last words were deeply engraved in ZDI's heart. "Good girl, don't wake your mother. She's asleep." Her father's choked voice came from behind. "Oh." ZDI nodded obediently and followed her father to the door. "Father, when mother leaves, can I send her off?" ZDI looked back at the bed, unwilling to let her go. Her father clenched his teeth and closed the door with trembling hands. "I think you can, as long as you don't laze in bed and wake up early." As time passed, the young ZDI gradually grew into a young girl. She inherited her parents' characteristics. Like a princess in a fairy tale, she became young and lovely. Her father didn't marry anymore. He opened the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. His work became heavier and heavier, and he doted on ZDI a lot. Perhaps it was because he didn't have enough time to accompany ZDI as she grew up, but this doting was mixed with a lot of guilt. Her beautiful face made ZDI receive attention and welcome wherever she went. In the academy, the young girl ZDI was pursued by many young men. Soon, a noble girl from a prominent family defeated all the pursuers and stood out. He was handsome, rich, and gentle. Under his passionate and numerous pursuit methods, the young girl ZDI's heart began to beat faster. Perhaps, he will be my knight. However, one day, at a banquet, ZDI was standing on the balcony to get some fresh air when she accidentally heard a conversation between the noble boys. "Ha ha ha, I'm about to take down ZDI. I'll definitely win the bet between us. She seems difficult to pursue, but she really thinks she's a princess, so she's arrogant and overbearing. Ha ha ha, what a joke." She's just a merchant's daughter. No matter how big the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce is, her bloodline is still lowly. Princess. Little girls of this age like to have such dreams. She must be fantasizing about marrying me. With my status, why would I marry a merchant's daughter? What a joke. After I've played with her, I'll let anyone take over. ZDI stood on the balcony, leaning against the wall. Her face was pale, and she covered her mouth with both hands as tears flowed out. The shattering of her love caused ZDI's heart to suffer a heavy blow. She felt that her world was filled with misfortune. After this incident, she was extremely vigilant against all her pursuers and was no longer easily moved. Her busy father couldn't enter the young girl's sensitive heart. She could only tell herself about the countless worries in her heart. First, her dream of being a princess was shattered. Then, the burden of her studies gradually increased. This made her realize a cruel reality: her bloodline was inferior. Even if the Chamber of Commerce provided enough cultivation resources, even if she worked extremely hard, the highest she could achieve in her life would only be black iron rank. Her father's business grew bigger and bigger, and the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce continued to expand. He gradually felt powerless, and the smile on his face became less and less. After that, his face was filled with worry almost every day. Many late nights, ZDI found that the light in her father's study was still on. ZDI would knock on the door, enter the study, and remind her father to sleep early. The president of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce often smoked a cigar. His fat body was curled up in the wide leather chair. Under the dense smoke, ZDI felt like she was curled up in fear. When he saw ZDI, he would raise his head, squeeze out a smile, and quickly extinguish the cigar in his hand. Before ZDI could roll her eyes, he nodded with a hint of flattery and admitted his mistake. "My good daughter, don't say anything. I understand. I'll go to sleep now." Chapter 185. In the process of growing up, there were too many changes. The only constant seemed to be the father's love for his daughter. Year after year, the birthday parties he held for his daughter became more and more luxurious. For her 11th birthday party, her father spent a lot of money, and the party covered the whole garden city. "Right here, stop." Her father removed his hand that was covering ZDI's eyes. Clang, clang, clang. ZDI's eyes suddenly brightened, and her small mouth subconsciously formed an O shape. Her face was full of surprise and surprise. In front of her, there was a huge cake that was 3 meters high and divided into 11 layers. It was shining with brilliant colors. Each layer had its main color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. It was dreamy and charming like a rainbow. ZDI exclaimed, "Rainbow cake." This dessert was a classic, famous throughout the empire. In the world, there were no more than 10 people who could make it. Because it used many rare magic materials. Every bite of the rainbow cake could make people feel the sweetest taste in the world, and produce a very relaxed and pleasant mood. This was a top-grade cake, which was of great help and enhancement to the cultivation and state of the person who ate it. "Haven't you always been curious about the taste of the rainbow cake?" Her father smiled. "So this time, I invited a famous pastry master. This cake is your birthday cake. Dad, this is really great." ZDI was so excited that she was incoherent. She hugged her father's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder, her eyes shining. "I know you love me the most, Dad. Of course, you are my little princess." Her father laughed and immediately showed a touch of hesitation. "Daughter, in addition to this birthday cake, Dad also arranged a date for you." "Another date?" ZDI immediately let go of her arm, stepped back, and looked at her father, frowning. Her father smiled bitterly. "Child, you have grown up, and it's time to accept these things. I know you have always been disgusted with these things, but..." Okay. For the sake of the rainbow cake, I will go. But don't expect me to lower my standards. Which family is it this time?" His father blinked repeatedly. He had prepared these words for a long time, but when he was about to say them, he realized that it was so difficult to say them out loud. "He's a noble among nobles. Of course, he's also a knight." After a long while, the father spoke with difficulty. "All right, I got it. Stop talking. Before her father could finish, ZDI interrupted him. She began to walk around the rainbow cake, admiring it carefully. Her whole mind was on it, and she kept clicking her tongue in admiration. Looking at his daughter's happy expression, the father's expression was quite complicated. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to reveal more inside information. ZDI occasionally looked up and saw that her father was still standing there. She waved her hand and said, "Dad, you're still here? Go ahead and do your work. Don't worry, I'll deal with it. Even if I don't like him, I won't offend him. Then I'll be going." His father sighed and left with difficulty. The banquet was a gathering of distinguished men and nobles. ZDI was undoubtedly the main character of the movie. She received so many gifts that her hands went soft. In the middle of the banquet, ZDI walked to a room on the second floor. Today, she was dressed in a pink princess dress with a cute lace hem. On her feet was a pair of white pearl-like high heels, and on her arms was a pair of pink silk gloves. Her hair was curled up like waves, and her amethyst-like eyes were covered by thick eyelashes. It made her cute, noble, and with a hint of charm. Compared to when she first appeared, she now had a bright diamond necklace on her chest, a white jade bracelet inlaid with gold on her wrist, and a small and exquisite crystal crown on her head. These were all gifts given by the nobles at the banquet. She opened them in front of them and happily put them on. Both the host and the guests were happy. In the ballroom downstairs, the commotion caused by the rainbow cake was still ongoing. "This is the most glorious birthday party I've ever had." ZDI was in a good mood and knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice came from the room. ZDI entered the room and saw a short and fat middle-aged man standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He was holding a wine glass in his hand and looking down at the garden under the night sky. The moonlight shone through the window on his face, revealing his oily face. "My lord." ZDI was slightly stunned. She had come to keep an appointment and didn't expect to see the Lord of the Garden City. "I think I may have entered the wrong room." ZDI was about to leave. "You didn't enter the wrong room, my little beauty." The Lord of the Garden City turned around and looked at ZDI with a smile. "Your date is me." "What?" ZDI widened her eyes and looked at the middle-aged man who was older than her father in shock. "That's impossible." ZDI shook her head. Her face was pale and she kept stepping back. "This joke isn't funny." The Lord of the Garden City looked at her with interest. "Of course it's not a joke. If you don't believe me, you can look up at the room number." ZDI retreated to the door and looked up at the room number. Panic and fear made her delicate body tremble. "No, no, this isn't true," ZDI murmured. She couldn't believe the fact in front of her eyes. "Didn't your father tell you?" The Lord of the Garden City felt strange. ZDI was shocked. At this moment, she completely understood why her father had such a complicated expression when he talked to her before. The girl's heart was in a mess. "Oh, my poor little girl." The Lord of the Garden City walked slowly to ZDI. "Look at you now. You're like a delicate flower swaying in the wind and rain. Don't worry. I'm a man who cherishes flowers. I'll cherish you." "No, no." ZDI suddenly woke up. She kept stepping back until she reached the corridor. She kept shaking her head. "It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this." The Lord of the Garden City walked to the door. He looked down at ZDI with pity and mockery. "In fact, it should be like this. Do you know how big the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce is now? How many influential people have infiltrated it? Do you know that your father can't control the Chamber of Commerce anymore? You and your father don't have a decent status at all. Your bloodline is low and your status is low. In your whole life, you can only be limited to the level of black iron. But you have a huge amount of wealth. The Wisteria Chamber of Commerce is second only to the 6 chambers of commerce. It's a giant. I have to admit." The Lord of the Garden City shrugged. "Your father has excellent business skills. This is his fortune and perhaps his misfortune. He doesn't have the qualifications and strength to control such a huge chamber of commerce. He also realized this, so he went through a lot of trouble and made connections all the way until he finally found me. At first, I refused. But later, Your father's bargaining chip still moved me. You also know that my brother is the Grand Duke of Wheat Fragrance. Relying on me is like relying on the living gods of the Empire. Only in this way can your father keep the results of his hard work and save his life and yours. I will marry you. I will be your husband. So, come here. The Lord of the Garden City waved to ZDI. Come close to me obediently. Walk into this room, then close the door and take the initiative to fall into my arms. I don't like to take the initiative. No, no. ZDI kept shaking her head. The cruel reality had a great impact on her. Her thoughts were in a mess and it was difficult for her to think properly. I won't walk out of this door, the Lord of the Garden City said proudly. With my status, I won't do anything to pursue you. Young and naive Miss ZDI, you are just an extra in this deal. Please understand this. Of course, you are also the key. If there is no marriage between you and me, the other forces in the Empire will not give up easily. This is one of the rules of the game called politics. I can't marry you, Lord of the Garden City. I don't want to. ZDI's tears flowed down as she cried. The Lord of the Garden City frowned and his tone became unhappy. Of course, you can completely refuse me. In fact, I am not willing to sacrifice the precious position of my wife for this deal. Letting you become my wife is a great waste of political resources. I don't care. If you can't make up your mind now, I can give you time to think about it. Now, you can go downstairs. I believe that your father is already waiting for you at the corner of the stairs. There will be a good conversation between you father and daughter. ZDI's face was pale. She forgot to salute the Lord of the Garden City and staggered downstairs. Sure enough, her father was standing at the corner of the stairs on the first floor. ZDI. Her father's expression was very complicated. You lied to me. ZDI's eyes were filled with tears as she angrily growled at her father. I didn't lie to you. I never thought of lying to you. My daughter. Her father quickly defended himself. You actually chose to sacrifice me for the Chamber of Commerce. ZDI questioned, which is more important, the Chamber of Commerce or me? Of course it's you. You are my only family, my precious daughter. Her father blurted out. Then he covered his face with his hands and sobbed. But I have no choice. I really have no choice. I really want to give up the Chamber of Commerce. I swear to you, I have wanted to give it up more than once. But I can't. I am already in a difficult position. The Chamber of Commerce has been infiltrated by too many influential people and is not under my control at all. As the founder, I can't retreat to the second line. They won't let go of a person with great influence like me. If I don't choose to rely on one of the forces and choose a side, I will be eaten by a group of sharks. At that time, both of us will die. ZDI was speechless. It was as if she had fallen into an ice cave. After a long time, she said, Then why didn't you tell me? Would it work if I told you the truth? Would it work? Her father became agitated. We are just lowly people. Merchants with lowly bloodlines. No matter how much resources we use, we will only be black iron. No matter how much money I spend to hire strong people, even if they are legendary rank, no one will fight against the major forces of the Empire for us. Purple Vine Chamber of Commerce. Hihi, although the vines are winding and lush, no matter how wide they are, without a tree to rely on, they can only lie on the ground and be trampled by others. We have to rely on one of them. Do you understand? My daughter. ZDI frowned. Her heart was filled with endless sorrow. So, you want to sacrifice me? You want me to marry a man who is older than you? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Her father wanted to go up and hug ZDI. But ZDI quickly retreated. She firmly shouted to her father, The person upstairs is not my knight. My future is not like this. She said with a sobbing tone. ZDI, my daughter. Her father called out affectionately. But at this time, the city lord of the Flower City urged, President Purple Vine, you better hurry up. My patience is limited. Her father's face changed, looking like a dark cloud. He anxiously shouted at ZDI, ZDI, don't mess around. Do you know how much I have paid for this deal? Your father has put in so much effort and taken so many risks for the Purple Vine Chamber of Commerce. You know a thing or two. You know how hard it has been for me. I can't just stand by and watch it get snatched away by someone else. Help me. Just treat it as repaying me for raising you. All these years, your food, clothes, and high school fees were all given by me. No matter what you want, I have tried my best to satisfy you. Just like the rainbow cake this time. Don't you like it very much? Looking at her father like this, ZDI only felt a chill down her spine. No, I don't like the rainbow cake. Now it seems that it is just a means for you to achieve your plan. From now on, I won't spend a single cent of your money. I'll return everything you've invested in me. Seeing ZDI so determined, her father became angrier. Enough. What nonsense are you talking about? Without me, you wouldn't even live a day. How can you live such a superior life on your own? Listen to me and marry the city lord of the Flower City. You won't have to worry for the rest of your life. No, never. ZDI roared. She lifted her skirt and turned around to run. Her father called her from behind, telling her to stop, but ZDI ran even faster. She ran out of the gate of the building and almost sprained her ankle. She lost one of her beautiful pearl-white high-heeled shoes. ZDI simply kicked the other one away. She ran into the garden. Her beautiful fluffy princess dress was scratched and torn in the bushes, adding holes to it and becoming tattered. She cried and her tears fell all the way. Her father's words were still echoing in her ears. Without me, you wouldn't even live a day. How can you live such a superior life on your own? How hurtful. ZDI became angrier and sadder. She tore off the diamond necklace on her chest and took off the expensive exquisite bracelet. Then she threw it on the side of the road. She finally ran to the gate of the manor. The guards looked at today's protagonist strangely. The princess who was originally dressed up, the apple of the president's eye, was now in ragged clothes. She was panting and her face was full of tears. Miss ZDI, is there anything I can help you with? Open the gate for me. No, the president has given a strict order. The guards shook their heads firmly. ZDI. A familiar voice came from behind. ZDI turned around and saw Fat Tongue. Her body trembled and tears fell. Are you also here to persuade me? Uncle Fat Tongue. Fat Tongue shook his head slowly. I don't agree with your father's way of doing things. Take my carriage and leave. I will persuade your father. After saying that, he ordered the guards, now, open the gate. But, I will explain to the president. If something happens, the responsibility will be on me. I won't implicate you. Fat Tongue was firm. The guards could only obey. Fat Tongue escorted ZDI all the way to his carriage. Uncle Fat Tongue, thank you. ZDI stepped on the stairs of the carriage. She was very grateful to Fat Tongue. Fat Tongue gave a wry smile and said, I watched you grow up, kid. Don't blame your father. He has his difficulties and was forced to do so. No, I will never forgive him. ZDI gritted her teeth. She took a deep look at the manor, which was her home for many years. Then, she got into the carriage. Inadvertently, the crystal crown on her head hit the lintel of the door and fell off. ZDI looked back at the crown on the ground and closed the door of the carriage without hesitation. Let's go. Back to the Magic Academy. The next moment, her determined voice came from the carriage. Chapter 186. Back at the Magic Academy, ZDI breathed a sigh of relief. She knew she was safe for the time being. This Magic Academy had 7 legendary mage towers. There were several passages inside the academy that led to the 16 half-planes. This was one of the best magic academies in the Empire. ZDI's father had spent a lot of money to be able to study here. The escape at the birthday banquet was like a dream. Perhaps because of his reputation and face, the Lord of the Flower City did not use this opportunity to make things difficult for her. Her father was still providing ZDI with her high living expenses and school fees without interruption. ZDI's life seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. However, she understood that her heart had undergone a huge change. She no longer used the money provided by her father every month. She began to rely on herself. There were 3 types of students in the Magic Academy. The first type was the rich and powerful. A superior bloodline naturally gave them a noble status. The second type was the children of rich families. ZDI belonged to this type. Her bloodline was low and her talent for magic was not high. Her lifetime achievements were limited. However, when her mentor accepted her as an apprentice, she could receive a large amount of money. The research and cultivation of magic consumed a lot of resources. The third type was the commoner children with outstanding talent. Most of these students had outstanding mental strength and were selected through the Empire's selection system. There were also excellent seeds whose bloodline had mutated. If these students could grow up smoothly, they would often become the mainstay of the Academy or even the Empire. ZDI no longer used the money provided by her father. This made her mentor very unhappy. The Academy would give out a large number of tasks every day, mainly to the commoner students. ZDI was only a bronze-level magic apprentice. The range of tasks she could accept was very narrow. It was very difficult to complete them. However, she relied on these tasks to survive. Of course, this was not enough for her to be self-sufficient. Her situation became more and more difficult. She no longer had exquisite clothes. She began to compete with other students for tasks with higher rewards. Sometimes she was too tight on money and had to endure starvation. Her situation began to be known. Her former playmates and best friends all distanced themselves from her. Some even mocked and ridiculed her, not letting go of any opportunity to make fun of her. Some male students kept hinting to ZDI, "You don't have to live so hard. In fact, your conditions are good. You can make good use of your natural resources. This way, you can easily exchange for a lot of resources. Sometimes, it's beyond your imagination." Without exception, ZDI sternly refused all of these implied and veiled requests. She discovered another side of the world. In her eyes, the once glorious, quiet, noble, and serious Magic Academy was now a bloody and cruel place. The Mage Towers intersected to form a special forest. The law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak, also prevailed here. In this forest, every life had its own way of survival. The strong stayed alone while the weak stayed in groups. Of course, ZDI was not a strong person. At the same time, it was difficult for her to be accepted by a group of weaklings. ZDI was like a canary in a bird's nest on a high branch. She suddenly fell to the bottom of the jungle. The lowest layer of the jungle was dark and lightless. If she wanted to survive, she had to grab every ray of sunlight, every bit of food and water. Living beings that were as weak as her naturally felt repulsion, wariness, and schadenfreude when they saw her, who was like a canary. She stumbled and fell, and was constantly at the losing end. In the difficult process of survival, there were many temptations and traps. The male students had never stopped hinting at her, and the funds in her account had also accumulated over time. All of this reminded her that as long as she gave up some seemingly insignificant things, she would be able to show her splendor again, and once again stand on a high branch, living a relaxed and glorious life. But ZDI never wavered. She sometimes surprised herself with her determination. Slowly, with great difficulty, she stood firm in the competitive Magic Academy, learned how to be self-reliant, and began to be self-sufficient. "I can finally rely on my own hands, rely on my own labor to support myself." This sense of accomplishment made her happy and filled her with pride. But at the same time, she felt inferior and discouraged. The harder she worked, the more she felt the barrenness of her potential and the bleakness of her future prospects. According to her spiritual energy and bloodline, the highest achievement she could achieve in her life was only the level of black iron. This meant that in this unique forest, even if she worked hard for her entire life, she would only barely be able to get out of the mud and reach the tree trunk. She could not even climb the lowest branch. Although ZDI already knew about this a long time ago. But now, she felt the despair even more deeply. She began to understand her companions, some of the female students who were extremely sarcastic and difficult to her, why they chose to use their bodies in exchange for a relatively easy and superior life. Understanding did not mean approval. As the extremely beautiful beauty of the Academy, ZDI's perseverance and hard work made her unique, increasing her charm. More and more suitors appeared by her side, but they were all rejected by her. One of the suitors, who was originally ordinary, suddenly bloomed recently. "Miss ZDI, do you know why my strength increased by leaps and bounds?" The suitor had been stalking for a long time, and finally found a chance to talk to ZDI alone. ZDI was slightly startled. "What do you mean? Are you not curious about my performance? My bloodline is clearly similar to yours." The suitor smiled. "Could it be that you have a way to change your bloodline?" ZDI was slightly startled and asked. The male student laughed silently and shook his head. "Change your bloodline? How can you have such a naive idea? Bloodline cannot be changed, it is something that is determined from birth. Even if there is a bloodline awakening, it is only because of the original potential. When we entered the academy, our bloodline has already been tested, our potential is like this, you don't have to have such extravagant hopes in this regard." ZDI frowned. "Then you," the male student took a deep breath and said, "My lovely Miss Zidi, you have to understand that there are many types of power. Magic, do-chi, divine arts, and within magic, there are many schools: fire, space, lightning, wind, summoning. Our bloodline has very little potential in these schools, but these schools of magic were also invented one by one and then flourished. Now, there is such a brand new school. Perhaps your bloodline can help you even more in this school." ZDI frowned. "What are you trying to say?" "Here." The male student took the initiative to hand ZDI a rolled-up parchment. ZDI opened it and her pupils shrank as she couldn't help but gasp. "Soul-devouring spell? Necromancy spell? You are crazy. Ha ha ha." The male student's face was full of ridicule. "I am crazy. I am indeed about to be driven crazy by this reality. But I would rather be crazy than learn necromancy. Because it can help me change the situation, to a certain extent, break the existing limit. You and I are the same, our aptitudes are too ordinary, our bloodline is too ordinary. If we don't go crazy, we will always be at the bottom, trampled under others' feet. But using this spell, I can use my soul to devour others' souls, thus strengthening my spiritual power. How about it? Do you accept?" ZDI's face turned pale. The suitor in front of her was pale, his eyes were dark, and his expression was deranged. One look and she could tell that he was abnormal. If she refused, she would almost certainly be attacked by this suitor. Since he had exposed necromancy, he would definitely kill her to silence her. And this was a remote part of the street. And, spiritual power. ZDI knew too well the significance of spiritual power to a mage. On one hand, she despaired of her own bloodline and aptitudes, and on the other hand, there was the new school of magic. Perhaps, as this suitor said, she would have a better performance in the school of necromancy. ZDI felt her mouth go dry. She knew that she was moved. Her bloodline and aptitudes limited her, causing her to be a black eye in her whole life. But maybe, if I practice necromancy, my bloodline and aptitudes might be stronger in this aspect. This spell, I will accept. After hesitating for a moment, ZDI said with difficulty, "Thank you." "Ha ha ha, sign the contract first." "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. The contract is very loose, just to prevent you from reporting me immediately after you leave." The suitor laughed. There was no problem with the contract, so ZDI signed it. "Then, from now on, we are the same kind of people." Ha ha ha. Someone passed by, and the suitor immediately hid in the shadows and left. After that, ZDI also left worriedly. At first, she put this spell on the shelf, not daring to touch it. She was very hesitant about practicing necromancy. As time passed, her situation became more and more difficult. Her teacher finally lost his patience and stripped her of her status as his subordinate after many failed hints. This made her situation even worse. Without bloodline and aptitudes, and without wealth, ZDI seemed to have fallen into a trap of despair, with no way out and nowhere to escape. Finally, late one night, ZDI, who was alone, used her trembling fingers to unfold the parchment scroll that recorded necromancy. She began to try practicing necromancy. Her soul was gradually transformed by the power of necromancy. Devour a person's soul, and my spiritual power will increase greatly. The strong temptation almost caused ZDI to lose her mind. No, how can I become a criminal? One wrong step, and every step will be wrong. I can't fall into the abyss of sin. Thinking about it carefully, I only need the soul of an intelligent being. I won't lay my hands on humans, but there are many slaves of other races in the slave market. Tempted, ZDI began to look for a suitable target in the slave market. Boom! With a loud noise, a house on the street burst into flames. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The familiar voice stunned ZDI, who was passing by. Soon after, she saw the suitor who gave her necromancy break out of the burning house and run for his life. A long spear suddenly shot out like a bolt of lightning. The suitor couldn't dodge in time and was assassinated on the spot. We received a tip-off, and after investigation, he has been corroded and turned into a necromancer. The city guards walked out of the burning house and explained loudly to the onlookers. Accompanying them was a teacher from the Magic Academy. He cast a spell in front of everyone, and under the effect of the spell, the soul of the suitor appeared, visible to the naked eye. His soul shone with a thick grey light, which was the characteristic of a necromancer's power. The passers-by exclaimed, and then roared, "Kill the necromancer! Destroy his soul! Destroy him completely! Well done, city guards!" ZDI stood to the side, stunned, her face as pale as paper. The human-shaped soul of the suitor was screaming hysterically, making a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Suddenly, he noticed ZDI. He rushed towards the girl as if he had gone mad. "No, don't come over." In a panic, the girl retreated, but fell to the ground. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, destroying the soul of the suitor. "You are also an apprentice of the academy, right? You need to improve your combat skills." The teacher from the Magic Academy destroyed the soul with lightning, walked over, and helped ZDI up. "Teacher." ZDI's eyes were dazed, her mind filled with the scene of the soul of the suitor being destroyed by the lightning. "Let me check if you have been attacked by an undead spell." The mage tutor once again used a detection spell. After all, the soul of the suitor was about to pounce on ZDI. The girl suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her heart palpitating, and endless panic drowning her. However, after the spell swept over her, there was no reaction. "Don't worry, you are very healthy." The teacher cast a spell, extinguished the fire in the house, and left. ZDI stood there in a daze, waiting for the city guards and the onlookers to disperse before she came back to her senses. Her whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and she dragged her feet and left the place in a daze. After returning, she fell seriously ill, and never thought of touching necromancy again. Chapter 187. Back at the Magic Academy, ZDI breathed a sigh of relief. She knew she was safe for the time being. This Magic Academy had 7 legendary mage towers. There were several passages inside the academy that led to the 16 half-planes. This was one of the best magic academies in the Empire. ZDI's father had spent a lot of money to be able to study here. The escape at the birthday banquet was like a dream. Perhaps because of his reputation and face, the Lord of the Flower City did not take this opportunity to make things difficult for her. Her father also continued to provide ZDI with her high living expenses and school fees without interruption. ZDI's life seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. However, she understood that her heart had undergone a huge change. She no longer used the money provided by her father every month. She began to rely on herself. There were 3 types of students in the Magic Academy. The first type was the rich and powerful. The superior bloodline naturally gave them a noble status. The second type was the children of rich families. ZDI belonged to this type. Her bloodline was low and her talent for magic was not high. Her lifetime achievements were limited. However, when her mentor took her as an apprentice, she could receive a large amount of money. The research and cultivation of magic consumed a lot of resources. The third type was the commoner children with outstanding talent. Most of these students had outstanding mental strength and were selected through the Empire's selection system. There were also excellent seeds whose bloodline had mutated. If these students could grow up smoothly, they would often become the mainstay of the academy or even the Empire. ZDI no longer used the money provided by her father. This made her mentor very unhappy. The academy would give out a lot of tasks every day, mainly to the commoner students. ZDI was only a bronze-level magic apprentice. The range of tasks she could accept was very narrow. It was very difficult to complete them. However, she relied on these tasks to survive. Of course, this was not enough for her to be self-sufficient. Her situation became more and more difficult. She no longer had exquisite clothes and began to compete with other students for tasks with higher rewards. Sometimes she was too tight on money and had to endure hunger. Her situation began to be known. Her former playmates and best friends all distanced themselves from her. Some even mocked and ridiculed her, not letting go of any opportunity to make fun of her. Some male students kept hinting to ZDI, "You don't have to live so hard. In fact, your conditions are good. You can make good use of your natural resources. This way, you can easily exchange for a lot of resources. Sometimes, it's beyond your imagination." Without exception, ZDI sternly rejected all of these subtle and obscure requests. She discovered another side of the world. In her eyes, the once glorious, quiet, noble, and serious Magic Academy was now a bloody and cruel place. The mage towers intersected to form a special forest. The law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak, also prevailed here. In this forest, every life had its own way of survival. The strong stayed alone while the weak stayed in groups. Of course, ZDI was not a strong person. At the same time, it was difficult for her to be accepted by a group of weaklings. ZDI was like a canary in a bird's nest on a high branch. She suddenly fell to the bottom of the jungle. The lowest layer of the jungle was dark and gloomy. If she wanted to survive, she had to grab every ray of sunlight, every bit of food and water. Living beings that were as weak as her naturally felt repulsion, wariness, and schadenfreude when they saw her, who was like a canary. She stumbled and fell, and was constantly at the losing end. In the difficult process of survival, there were many temptations and traps. The male students had never stopped hinting at her, and the funds in her account had also accumulated over time. All of this reminded her that as long as she gave up some seemingly insignificant things, she would be able to show her brilliance once again. She would be able to stand on a high branch once again, and obtain a relaxed and glorious life. But ZDI did not waver. She sometimes surprised herself with her determination. Slowly, with great difficulty, she stood firm in the competitive Magic Academy, learned to rely on herself, and started to be self-sufficient. "I can finally rely on my own hands, rely on my own labor to support myself." This sense of accomplishment made her happy and filled her with pride. But at the same time, she felt inferior and discouraged. The harder she worked, the more she felt the barrenness of her potential and the bleakness of her future. According to her spiritual energy and bloodline, the highest achievement she could achieve in her life was only the level of black iron. This meant that in this unique forest, her lifetime of hard work would only allow her to leave the mud and reach the tree trunk. She could not even climb the lowest branch. Although ZDI already knew about this a long time ago. But now, she felt the despair even more deeply. She started to understand her companions, some of the female students who were extremely sarcastic and difficult to her, why they chose to use their bodies to exchange for a relatively easy and superior life. Understanding did not mean approval. As the extremely beautiful beauty of the academy, ZDI's persistence and personal efforts made her stand out and increase her charm. More and more suitors appeared by her side, but they were all sternly rejected by her. Her teacher finally lost his patience after many hints and stripped her of her status as his subordinate. ZDI could only continue to live in the Magic Academy with the identity of an ordinary student. But she gradually became like a fish in water. Her smart mind, sharp insight, and the connections she built with her good reputation, eloquence, and skill allowed her to seize small business opportunities. At the dock in the morning, the fish market was already open. ZDI was dressed casually and strolled in. The fishy smell that she once hated, she did not care at all now. She had been to the fish market many times, and every time she came, she would buy tuna. Tuna was a large type of fish, which could be subdivided into yellowfin, big eye, bluefin tuna, longfin, bonito, and so on. ZDI could always choose the best quality tuna. This was the result of her inquiry, the use of the library's rich collection of books, and the experience of buying time and time again. There was a teacher in the Magic Academy who loved to eat tuna the most and issued such missions almost every day. ZDI stood out from many competitors with her diligence and strength. Although the mission reward was not much, it was good that there were missions almost every day. Soon, through sharp eloquence, ZDI lowered the price to the lowest limit and bought enough tuna. Just as she was about to leave, there was a sudden clamor not far away. ZDI looked over and saw two bronze fishermen arguing. She immediately understood that they were fighting for the identity of the Fish King. Almost every day, the fishermen in the fish market would compete for the Fish King of the day. The fisherman who obtained the identity of the Fish King would always have a stall that would be the focus of attention. Often, in less than half a morning, the fish in the stall would be sold out. The rules of the competition for the Fish King were simple. It was a competition of the weight of the fish caught that morning. But the situation today was a little complicated, so there was a dispute. A fisherman who had obtained the identity of the Fish King discovered that there was a person hidden in the large fish he caught. This unfortunate person who fell into the water was dying, and half of his body was still in the fish's stomach. When the fisherman who had failed saw this situation, he immediately said that the weight of a person could not be added to the fish. But the fisherman who had been winning firmly said that the person who fell into the water was food in the big fish's stomach, so it should be the weight of the fish. When he caught the fish, he also overcame the weight of the fish and the person. It was very difficult. The other fisherman sneered at this statement. With such a man in the big fish's stomach, its movements must be slow, and this was the key to being caught. Both sides insisted on their own words and argued endlessly. The spectators were also divided into two factions, each supporting one person. ZDI saw that the person who fell into the water was in a bad situation and shouted, "No matter what, we should save him first. TSK, this is a barbarian. What is there to save?" The crowd did not care. If it was a pure human, the crowd could still save him. But barbarians mainly lived in the Frost continent and were a foreign race. ZDI could not bear to see the barbarian die. She hesitated for a moment, but still took out a medicine from her bosom and poured it into the barbarian's mouth. The old barbarian woke up, but he was screaming and could not communicate. He was actually a lunatic. Some people made fun of ZDI. This medicine was expensive, but she used it to save a lunatic without any return. ZDI sighed. She did not have the heart to save him, but she did not have any intention of getting anything in return. But she did not refute and left with her head lowered. She was not eye-catching. This was because every time she went out, she would use a transformation medicine to temporarily change her appearance. Otherwise, with her original appearance, she would be the center of attention no matter where she went. Days passed, and the lunatic barbarian gradually became a scene in the fish market. He was as thin as firewood and his hair was disheveled. Although he was crazy, he was not a threat. The fishermen treated him as a target to be teased. Every day, they would play with him and find amusement from him. However, although the old barbarian was crazy, he still had the instinct to eat. He barely survived by eating the organs of the fish that were abandoned in the fish market. ZDI came to the fish market almost every day. Sometimes she could see the old barbarian, and sometimes she could not. Most of the time, ZDI would bring some food to the old barbarian. One day, a few years later, she found the old barbarian sleeping soundly in the corner of the fish market. Just as she placed the food in front of the old barbarian, he slowly opened his eyes and said in fluent common language, "Thank you, young and kind miss." ZDI was shocked. The old barbarian took out a roll of animal skin from his bosom. "I am getting more and more awake. This is the formula of the medicine I made. It is the medicine of our barbarian tribe. Please accept it, young miss. We barbarians always know how to repay kindness." ZDI took it, and her gaze was quickly attracted to it. These formulas only use the physical properties of the herbs and are not considered magic medicine. But they are very rare. Even in the library, there are only 1 or 2 copies. "Thank you. ZDI raised her head and was stunned speechless. Maybe she was too obsessed with the formulas. The old barbarian had disappeared. For the first time, she realized that this old barbarian had a story. The influence of this small adventure became more and more obvious in the years after ZDI left. The more ZDI studied, the more she found that the medicine on the animal skin was different from magic medicine. Although it was obviously a summary of the barbarian tribe's experience, it lacked the meticulous spirit and research advocated by the magicians. But the practical value was quite high. ZDI's previous teacher was the best at alchemy. Other than practicing magic, ZDI also studied a branch of alchemy, pharmaceutics. A few months later, ZDI's research began to show some results. A year later, these results became more and more. Her reputation of selling some ordinary medicine began to spread among the ordinary citizens. Some students even gave up on the expensive magic medicine because they were embarrassed and chose ZDI's barbarian medicine. After I graduate, maybe I can open an ordinary medicine shop in the city. Just as she began to look forward to the beautiful future of this business, bad news suddenly came. Father was dead. When ZDI first heard the news, her first reaction was to not dare to believe it. Maybe this is just a trick father used to lure me home. All these years, she had never returned home. But then, Fat Tongue and many other elders sent her letters one after another, telling her the cruel truth. Endless grief drowned ZDI. Although ZDI hated her father, she never thought that one day she would hear the news of his death. He is the only family I have left in this world. ZDI washed her face with tears. The feeling of loneliness, loss, and insignificance was like an endless wave that swept through her heart. Although ZDI had become independent in these years, she could rely on herself and live independently in this city. Although she did not spend a single cent of the money her father sent her. When her father truly died, she realized the true position her father had in her heart and in her life. Although she had a falling out with her father, although she hated him, she still loved him deeply. In the next few months, the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce was in a state of chaos. The nobles quickly divided up the businesses of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. Many of the members of the Chamber of Commerce changed their allegiance and voluntarily or were forced to join others. There were many letters to ZDI. Most of the letters were to persuade ZDI to stand up and protect the foundation left by the old president. Because according to tradition and the laws of the empire, she was the only successor of the Chamber of Commerce. But ZDI turned a deaf ear to them. She hid in the Magic Academy and did not go out again. She also abandoned the fish market mission that she had persevered for years. She knew that the Magic Academy was her safe haven. It was the only place that could protect her and give her safety at this stage. Finally, after a few months, the sumptuous feast of many factions slowly came to an end. The Wisteria Chamber of Commerce was almost only left with a name. Most of the valuable businesses had become the property of others. The once glorious Super Chamber of Commerce that had a strong tendency to surpass the traditional 6 chambers of commerce had completely fallen into the mud in just a few months. There were those who sighed with emotion, those who were fearful, those who kicked him when he was down, and those who were indifferent bystanders. Finally, after everything was settled, ZDI left the Magic Academy. During this time, she hid in the Magic Academy. Now, she needed to attend her father's funeral. Little ZDI, don't feel guilty. What you're doing is right. Those people who tried to persuade you to come out all have ulterior motives. They want to use you to fight for more benefits. Fat Tongue led a group of people and came to her rescue. But be careful. The crocodile is full, and the ferocious piranhas are still swimming in the muddy water. After traveling in a low-key manner for a few days, ZDI and her group arrived at the small town at the foot of the mountain. The small town was filled with a joyous atmosphere. A circus came to the small town and brought the townspeople one of the few entertainment activities of the year. Clowns, fireworks, colorful balloons, puppet shows, brown bears stepping on barrels, dancing monkeys, and from the east, snake dancers playing flutes. ZDI's carriage slowly moved through the crowd. The carriage was silent. ZDI's heart was filled with sorrow. The inside and outside of the carriage were 2 distinct worlds. Opening the curtains, ZDI looked up and saw the manor on the hillside. It used to be her home, and the manor didn't seem to have changed much. Her mind flashed back to her childhood, the scenes of her life in the manor, and this small town. Every year when the circus came, she would also visit and play with the company of the guards. Even a smoking parrot in the circus was enough to amaze and fascinate her when she was young. Now, she was back. She had grown up, whether in age or experience. The beautiful manor in the past revealed a sad atmosphere. The incomparably mysterious circus in her memory could no longer surprise and move ZDI as much as she did back then. Everything was the same, but people had changed. The convoy slowly passed through the downtown area. Under a simple stage modified from a carriage, a group of children sat around. On the stage was a puppet show, performing the story that ZDI loved to hear the most in her childhood, the princess, the devil, and the knight. Hearing those familiar lines, ZDI recalled the scene when she came to the small town with her mother. "Mom, the devil is so hateful, I want to defeat it. I can fight very well, the gardener's son is 2 years older than me, but he is no match for me." Her mother smiled and said, "My little princess, fighting is not something a lady should do. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything, you will have your knight, he will protect you for the rest of your life." "My knight?" Childhood ZDI's eyes sparkled. "Where is he?" "Well, Mom is not too sure. But what is certain is that he will definitely appear in your life." "Mom, what's in that tent?" "That's the diviner's tent." "What is divination?" "I want to see it." "It's too late, wait until next year when Mom brings it, okay? My cute little princess, we should go home and sleep. Be good." "Oh." Childhood ZDI lowered her head and answered reluctantly. The convoy finally reached the end of the street, after which was the mountain road. At the end of the mountain road was the manor. A blue tent stood at the end of the street. This was the diviner's tent. There were very few people, it was very deserted, in sharp contrast to the other stalls in the circus. Divination was a type of prophecy, it was a very deep magical field. But most of the diviners among the people were mysterious, swindling and deceiving people. Perhaps it was because they came to the town every year, the townspeople knew about the diviners in the circus very well, and no longer had any interest in patronizing them. "Stop the car, I want to come down," ZDI suddenly said excitedly. She got out of the car and left the guards outside the tent. The light in the tent was dim, as if deliberately creating a mysterious atmosphere. ZDI looked at the furnishings in the tent with interest, the sharp eyes she had trained over the years. She immediately judged a lot of fake herbs, as well as many fake magic tools. She was disappointed but not surprised. "Customer, what do you want to divine?" the diviner asked. Only then did ZDI cast her gaze over. The diviner was an old woman with deep wrinkles, a dark blue 9-pointed star in the center of her forehead. She casually sat down. "Please divine, when will the night in my life come?" The diviner began to touch the obviously fake crystal ball on the short table, and her mouth was muttering something that was difficult to hear, or perhaps she herself could not understand. The diviner began to frown, the sound of her mouth became more and more anxious, she seemed to have encountered a difficult situation. Suddenly, her whole body convulsed, her eyes rolled up, only revealing the whites of her eyes. The corners of her eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears all flowed out bright red blood. She cried out in horror, "Ah! Ah! I see your destiny. In your destiny there is no night. Only, ah! A beast, no, a monster. Monster." ZDI was shocked and stood up subconsciously. The guards outside the tent heard the commotion and immediately came in. The diviner was lying on the table, her eyes were actually white, she stretched out a strange claw-like old hand to grab ZDI. The guards immediately came forward, one of them had already pulled out half a sword. "Stop, don't make a fuss. This is just an alarmist trick." ZDI calmed down and laughed. She threw a silver coin on the short table. "Here you go. Good performance." She turned and left, the guards following closely behind. Chapter 188. It was drizzling and the sky was gloomy. ZDI's father was buried at the back of the manor, together with her mother. This was the last wish of ZDI's father when her mother died. At that time, when he found his first pot of gold, in order to marry Zdi's mother, he used almost all of his wealth to buy this hill and build this manor. For Zdi's father, this was the proof of his glorious life, the beginning of his happiness, but also the end of his life. The priest was praying as the coffin was lowered into the grave. A group of people dressed in black were silent, the atmosphere was solemn. Zdi stood at the front, silently staring at the coffin in front of her. Her last family member in this world was buried here. Her face was expressionless, but her heart was filled with grief and hatred. Falling off a horse and dying, what a ridiculous cause of death. Her father was the chairman of a super chamber of commerce, with a black iron rank cultivation. He also had many powerful protective items. Even if he was riding a fierce horse, he wouldn't have died like this. But such a ridiculous reason was accepted by people. Ignorant people really believed it, lamenting the impermanence of fate. But those who understood the rules of society and had wisdom understood this was actually a cold and ferocious warning to the lower class. The Purple Vine Chamber of Commerce was so big, but the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce could suddenly fall off a horse and die one day. Who is the ruler of this empire? You should know. After the priest finished praying, someone took the shovel and filled the grave with dirt. Not long after, the funeral was finished. Thank you, Priest Zdi, as a family member, thanked the priest. Beautiful lady, please restrain your grief. May your father be guided by God and ascend to God's kingdom of heaven. The priest comforted her. Zdi's father was a believer of the God of wealth, but he wasn't devout. Believers of the God of wealth, the devout ones were mostly poor, while the rich ones were mostly ordinary believers. This made sense. Those who had the ability to earn wealth would take the fruits of their hard work for themselves, rather than giving it to God. Those who were poor and didn't have the ability to earn wealth could only rely on prayer, so their faith was usually devout. Of course, there were also rich fanatics, but their numbers were much lower than other gods. Zdi knew very well that it was impossible for her to receive the priest's blessing. Not to mention her father's faith, the most important point was that after her father fell off the horse and died, his soul also dissipated. In this world, the death of a person did not mean that the secret was buried deep. Be it magic or divine spells, there were many ways to surpass death and unearth a lot of information. The dissipation of the soul was clearly the work of the murderer. The mastermind didn't want to leave any evidence behind. He wasn't worried that Zdi or the people from the Chamber of Commerce would do anything, but he wanted to prevent this information from falling into the hands of other influential forces. As a result, Zdi and the others still did not know who the enemy who killed their father was, and which force was behind it. But I will still do my best to investigate the truth and avenge you. My father. Zdi stood there like a statue, not moving for a long time. Fat Tongue sighed and patted her on the shoulder. Don't be too sad, little Zdi. The president actually already had a premonition. He has always loved you and felt guilty towards you. After you rejected the city lord of the Flower City, he withstood the pressure and never forced you again. All these years, you rejected his funds and never used a single cent. Instead, you worked hard on your own, which made him feel distressed and very gratified. On many private occasions, he used your small achievements to show off to me he had such an excellent daughter. Zdi was silent for a while. Uncle Fat Tongue, I want to be alone with my father for a while. Okay. Fat Tongue nodded, turned around and waved his hand, motioning for the others to stay away from the tombstone. This group of people stood in the distance, looking at Zdi and the tombstone, and began to talk in a low voice. How long will she stay? How long will we have to wait? Someone was impatient. Humph, if she hadn't been hiding in the academy, how could the president be buried until now? Someone expressed dissatisfaction with Zdi. Even if there was a conflict between father and daughter, it shouldn't be like this. According to the schedule, the meeting will be next. Hurry up, I'm very tight on time. Fat Tongue turned around and looked at the crowd with a cold gaze. He indicated, if you want to wait, you can continue to wait. If you don't want to wait and are tight on time, you can leave directly. Naturally, you don't have to participate in the meeting. Everyone's discussion immediately stopped. Fat Tongue looked at Zdi again, his heart filled with worry. This group of people who attended the funeral were all senior members of the Chamber of Commerce, or rather, veterans. But now, they all had different thoughts. Some wanted to do it alone, some wanted to revive the Chamber of Commerce, and of course, there were also spies. Compared to her father, ZDI didn't have any prestige in these people, so she definitely couldn't control the situation. When the meeting started, ZDI said directly, "I don't know how to operate the Chamber of Commerce. If you have anything to say, just say it. Then I'll say it directly. My main business is the production of griffin seats. But currently, all the alchemists in the Chamber of Commerce have been poached away, and I still have a large order to complete. I need the Chamber of Commerce to provide me with enough alchemists to help me get through this difficult time. My flower business in Stone Statue City has also been suppressed. Many merchants in the city have joined forces to compete with me. They hired street thugs to interfere with my store, and they also hired thieves to try to burn down my grain depot. I caught the thieves, but the city lord and the city guards are on their side. There is no justice at all. My banks in Fiery Ash Province are also suffering from a run. Currently, my capital chain is directly broken, and I need a large amount of funds. Everyone was in a difficult situation. In the past, the Purple Vine Chamber of Commerce was very large and prosperous. Its business territory was rapidly expanding, and even the Chamber of Commerce's president was afraid of it. But now, everyone knew that the Purple Vine Chamber of Commerce had collapsed, and most of its businesses were divided among the major forces. The crocodiles that had eaten their fill slowly left the scene, and the piranhas that were attracted by the smell of blood swarmed over. Everyone saw the remaining weakness of the Purple Vine Chamber of Commerce, and everyone wanted a bite. The veterans of the Chamber of Commerce were miserable. This time, they participated in the meeting to ask for help. Facing many requests, ZDI slowly shook her head. "I can't help everyone. In fact, I don't even know what to do. Miss ZDI, it's actually very simple." The veteran in charge of the bank smiled. "We know that in the past few years, your father has been sending money to your account to pay for your tuition. But in fact, this amount of money is huge, far more than what you need for your studies. I think this should be the president's preparation for a rainy day. He prepared this in advance to deal with our current situation." ZDI's Magic Academy had a high status, and the assets in her private account were often safe. ZDI blinked. "You mean, you want me to lend this money to you?" "Yes, as long as I get through this crisis, I will repay you many times over, beautiful lady," the veteran said. ZDI nodded. "I agree. In fact, I am willing to do my best to help everyone." The veteran smiled, and some began to praise ZDI's kindness and responsibility. She was very much like a president. ZDI thought for a moment, "I am willing to take out 100,000 gold coins as a loan, and I hope you can use Black Hair Horse Farm as collateral. At the same time, the interest will be 10% per year." The veteran's smiles froze. Fat Tongue was secretly amused. On the way here, he had warned ZDI many things, but after communicating with her, he was pleasantly surprised to find that ZDI was far more mature than he had imagined. The veteran in charge of the bank also changed his expression and stood up from his seat. "This is robbery." Chapter 189. Under the night sky, the manor was quiet. ZDI slowly opened the door and entered the room. She lit a candle. Her father's study was still the same, not much different from what she remembered. The Fang family wasn't big, but the lighting was good. If it was daytime, the sunlight would shine through the glass and illuminate the room. The study was simply furnished. There were no oil paintings on the wall, but a huge map of the continent. On the map, ZDI's father made many red and blue symbols. Every time the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce expanded to a certain place, he would make corresponding changes on the map. ZDI stopped in front of the huge map. Her childhood memories surfaced. When she was very young, whenever her father had some achievements, he would happily invite her mother to look at the map and tell her about the development of the Chamber of Commerce. Her mother would often tease him as if he was a child. Her father would point at some cities that hadn't been marked on the map and tell her how long he estimated it would take to expand the Chamber of Commerce to these places. At that time, how many businesses would improve and how many businesses would have their costs greatly reduced. Looking at her father talking non-stop, ZDI's mother would gradually show a worried expression. "Don't work too hard. Just do enough," she would advise her father. Her father would shake his head. "Not enough, not enough, there's still a long way to go. I want to set up branches here, here, and here. I want to set up branches everywhere. I won't let go of any important cities." He did it. ZDI looked up at the map on the wall. All kinds of symbols covered all the important cities in the empire. In addition, there were many special villages and towns. What an amazing business achievement. It was hard to imagine that this was something a black iron rank could do. But it was this great achievement that became the cause of his death. ZDI retracted her gaze and slowly walked to the back of the desk. On the huge mahogany desk, there were brushes, ink, documents, and a small easel. On the easel was a portrait of her father, mother, and ZDI standing together. In the portrait, ZDI was still very young, not even 4 years old. She was in her father's arms, her small head resting on her father's shoulder as she fell asleep. ZDI slowly sat down on the leather chair that her father always sat on. Her petite figure made the seat seem wide and large. The seat had been there for a long time. Even though ZDI was very light, it still creaked. ZDI thought about how her father sat and subconsciously imitated him. She put her elbows on the table and clenched her hands into fists to support her chin or her lips. This was what she often saw when she opened the door to her father's study to remind him that the light was still on late at night. "Father," ZDI murmured and thought of the meeting that took place during the day. When the elders no longer looked down on ZDI, what followed was a difficult negotiation. Although ZDI had experienced a lot of hardships in life over the years and had been influenced a lot since she was young, she was still inexperienced when it came to personal contact and participation in such business negotiations. Fortunately, Fat Tongue had been publicly supporting her. He had opened his mouth many times and pointed out the traps in the various clauses. Most of the matters had not been settled yet. A small number of them had reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. Some of them publicly left the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. One of them was the doyen who controlled the banking business. ZDI did not make things difficult for these people at all. She released a strong signal to the outside world. "If you want to leave, then leave. I am not afraid of any of you leaving. Even if all of you leave, I am not afraid." She knew that these people did not accept the recruitment. On one hand, they did not like the conditions of the various forces. On the other hand, the powerful forces looked down on them. This time, they came here to participate in the funeral only on the surface. Their real intention was to take out real benefits from the president's faction to subsidize themselves. However, they did not expect that ZDI was no longer as simple and inexperienced as they remembered. ZDI firmly held on to her own interests and never relaxed at all. Originally, the president's faction had suffered the greatest loss due to the drastic changes in the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. ZDI would only be interested in a profitable partnership with her. ZDI, who was now curled up in the leather chair, had two main feelings. The first was that she was rich. Even if she lost more than 80%, the remaining 20% was still a considerable amount of wealth. The second was that it was difficult. The battle of wits and courage during the negotiations and the war of words made ZDI's head ache until now. At the same time, ZDI was not confident that she would be in control of so much wealth for the first time. Can I do it well? Can I hold on to this wealth? Can I support the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce? ZDI, you must do it. This is your father's painstaking effort. At the same time, it is also your hope for revenge. Although she had never expressed it to others, ZDI had already made up her mind to take revenge. During the day at the funeral, ZDI already knew what Fat Tongue said to her. In fact, ZDI was already well aware of it. After these years of training, she understood a principle very well. It was far better to see a person through actions than through words. The hatred from before had dissipated and turned into a complicated feeling for her father. Who could not make mistakes? Especially when facing the powerful forces of almost the entire empire. Moreover, he had never really forced his daughter to do anything. It was only the first day, But ZDI had deepened her understanding of her father. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a sudden burst of laughter broke ZDI's reminiscence. Then, the door of the study was suddenly pushed open. A young man strode in with his head held high and came in front of ZDI. He was very short, like a dwarf. His grey hair was very eye-catching because of his explosive hairstyle, which was extremely flamboyant. He held a dagger in his hand, but it gave the young man a heroic feeling of taking out a huge sword. "Who are you?" ZDI asked. Ha ha ha. The young man with the explosive hairstyle laughed loudly. Good question. He suddenly lowered his voice, obviously deliberately creating a hoarse and vicissitude tone. He recited, "I come from the shadows, I dance on the tip of the blade. Fate chose to let me down, but I chose to kill. God gave me salvation, but I would rather destroy. Carrying out love and true evil, I am me, the genius of the world's #1 assassin, Luosha. Young girl, I have come to take your life. Make your move, let me kill you." ZDI was very shocked. Although it was the first time she experienced an assassination, she had never heard of such a grand assassination. No matter how strange this assassin was, the murderous aura on his body could not be faked. "Guards!" ZDI raised her voice and shouted. The young man Luosha laughed and said proudly, "Ha ha ha, you can scream, even if you scream until your throat is broken, no one will come to save you. Because they have already been knocked down by me." ZDI coldly snorted, her arm shook slightly, and a small pinch of powder fell from her wide sleeves. "Magic, lime technique." She uttered a few short syllables, and the powder, as a casting material, quickly exploded, turning into an even finer powder mist, suddenly filling the whole study. Then, she immediately jumped, nimbly leaving the study table, and rolled to the corner of the wall. During this time, she had already used the casting material in her bosom to start a short chant. Magic, soft sound technique. When she stood up, the soft sound technique was successfully cast, making ZDI's movements and chanting sound extremely soft. Then, she once again cast the third magic, mirror image technique. A mirror image that looked very similar to her dashed to the door. "Wow, not bad." Luosha's voice suddenly came from behind ZDI. ZDI had just started to feel shocked, when Luosha's dagger handle lightly touched her back, and in a flash, Dochi was transmitted, penetrating into ZDI's body, locking her in place, as stiff as a rock, unable to move. Lime technique is almost instantaneous, soft sound technique is also very sharp, the choice of mirror image technique is also not bad. Luosha's comments, full of interest, made ZDI's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. Then, Luosha burst out with Dochi, blowing away all the powder mist in the room. Silver rank. Seeing the color of the Dochi, ZDI felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. At the same time as fear, there was also anger and hatred. "Were you the one who killed my father?" the girl questioned. Luosha shook his head, "That was not me. Sneaky assassinations were not befitting of an assassin. I am a man who aspires to be the best assassin in the world, how could I do such a tasteless thing?" Although they had only met once, ZDI naturally chose to believe Luosha's words. Luosha placed his dagger horizontally on ZDI's neck. Because he was short, in order to make this move, he had to step on the wall with both feet, using Dochi to attach to the soles of his shoes, making his posture very stable. The information said that you were busy making a living, neglecting to practice magic. But you secretly advanced to iron rank, and the way you fought just now, you must have practiced hard. TSK, you really are a cunning girl. Remember, the one who killed you is me, Luosha, a genius destined to be the best assassin in the world. Wait, dwarf. How much does it cost to hire you? I'll pay double. ZDI shouted. Luosha, who was behind her, was stunned, then immediately became furious. I'm going to explode from anger. I am the best assassin in the world, I must have the best professional ethics. Also, I am a human, a pure human, not a dwarf. Go to hell. The dagger carried Luosha's anger, fiercely slashing towards ZDI's neck. Just when ZDI thought that she was going to die, she suddenly heard Luosha's panicked scream, and then disappeared without a trace. A trace of blood was left on the wall. What happened? ZDI suddenly found that she could move again. It was I who saved you, the new chairman of the Wisteria Merchant Guild. A goblin about the same height as Luo Shi appeared in front of ZDI. He had a goblin's bald head, green skin, and a long hooked nose. What a pity, what a pity. I had already prepared a spell, and when he attacked, I wanted to kill him on the spot. I didn't think that this kid would be able to dodge and escape. He's not old, but his combat aura is close to the gold level, and is about to undergo a qualitative change. This talent is very rare. The goblin looked at the blood on the wall and slowly evaluated. Gold mage. ZDI was shocked. The goblin's life force was actually at the gold level, no wonder he could scare Luo Shi away. You are? ZDI asked after bowing. You can call me Lord Sharp Diamond, my master is War Dealer. Goblin Sharp Diamond smiled proudly. War Dealer. ZDI was shocked. Your father and my master, War Dealer, have always had business relations. A few months ago, your father sent a letter for help to Labyrinth Island. Unfortunately, at that time, I was cooperating with my master in an important magic experiment, and the letter was shelved by the Tower Spirit. When the letter was discovered, my master ordered me to rescue you, Goblin Sharp Diamond explained. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. ZDI bowed again, her face full of gratitude and joy. However, in her heart, there was a cold current that flowed through her. The scene just now was clearly Sharp Diamond using her as bait to lure Luo Shi into revealing his weakness. It was clear that in Sharp Diamond's heart, killing Luo Shi was the first priority, and saving ZDI was the second. Combined with his explanation just now, ZDI's father's letter for help was not taken seriously by him and the War Dealer. Otherwise, why would they be delayed by the experiment? However, ZDI's father should have a close business relationship with the War Dealer. For ZDI's father to send a letter for help to the War Dealer, other than being anxious, he also had a certain degree of confidence that the request would succeed. Now that the War Dealer had sent his student, Sharp Diamond, to help, it meant that ZDI's father was of some use to the War Dealer. Thinking about it, it's not strange. The War Dealer is 7th on the wanted list, a recognized alchemist grandmaster, and a veteran arms dealer. If he wants to sell arms, his best choice is the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. Only the 6 major chambers of commerce are larger than the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce, but they are all controlled by the Empire's nobles. Father must have helped the War Dealer sell a lot of arms, that's why he got help. Unfortunately, it's too late. Damn it. He just saved me in passing. The main point is to kill Luo Shi. This means that he knows the current situation of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce, and I'm of little use to him. In a few breaths, ZDI's thoughts turned like lightning, and she understood the situation. Her eyes flashed, and she immediately said, Sir Sharp Diamond, although my father has passed away, I have taken over his position. From now on, I am willing to serve you and the War Dealer with all my strength. Oh! Sharp Diamond was stunned, and looked at ZDI in a new light. Your expression changed just now, it should be the first time you learned of your father's secret business. In order to protect yourself, you want to borrow our strength. Haha, you little girl, interesting. Nothing can escape your eyes, sir. ZDI was very sincere. I'm very afraid. I didn't think that I would attract an assassination attempt as soon as I took over. In order to save my life, I'm willing to take greater risks. And I also believe that among all the chambers of commerce on the continent, only mine is worthy of your investment. That's right. Sharp Diamond nodded. We've worked with your father for a long time, and we do trust you. Although the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce exists in name only, this name is known throughout the world, so it's still very valuable. But with your current strength, you don't have the qualifications to work with us and receive our protection. Then, how do I qualify? ZDI asked with a smile. However, Sharp Diamond's next words made her face pale instantly. Then let's have a marriage alliance. Chapter 190. You can open your eyes now. Sharp Drill's voice could be heard. ZDI slowly opened her eyes and found that she was no longer at the dock, but at an alchemy factory. The scale of the alchemy factory was huge, the growth lines were running, and a large number of explosive dumbbells were being accurately controlled by the mechanical arms, quickly filling the key liquid. Sharp Drill led ZDI around for a while and suddenly said, "Teacher is already up, follow me." Passing through the gate made of legendary materials, ZDI came to the center of the alchemy factory. The countless coffins shocked her. On the first floor of the central tower, she saw the war dealer. This legendary mage, the world's top alchemist grandmaster, at this moment, the life force of a legendary mage was somewhat weak. It was obvious that he was injured. He was missing 3 fingers on both hands, which were now soaked in the sapphire gold coffin. The sapphire gold coffin was filled with some kind of green liquid. The green liquid was translucent and seemed to contain an extremely strong vitality. After a few breaths, the war dealer's severed fingers grew back in the green liquid. He pulled his hand back, shook off the green liquid, moved it a few times, and nodded with satisfaction. Then the war dealer looked at ZDI. "As you can see, there is a price to pay for studying alchemy." ZDI's face was full of shock. "Sir War Dealer, what is this healing liquid?" "It can actually heal a legendary level severed limb in an instant. If this kind of medicine is sold, even if the sales are not big, it will definitely cause a sensation in the world." "Ha ha ha." The war dealer laughed. "You are like your father. When he first came here, he was fascinated by the alchemy canon. He suggested the price of the canon to me, and in a few words, he came up with a sales plan. Although he is only a black iron, he does have a rare talent for business. I have a lot of business partners, but any goods that reach your father will sell the most." "Thank you for your praise, sir." ZDI bowed again. The war dealer nodded again, his eyes showing admiration. "You are more courageous than your father, and your eloquence is also very good. You have successfully convinced the 100 Needles family, and facilitated this marriage on your own. You have chosen a very good target, very suitable." ZDI thanked him verbally, but there was a shadow in her heart. The first night she took over as the president of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce, Luosha tried to assassinate her. If it wasn't for her father's request for help, which led the gold-ranked mage Sharp Drill to come here and chase away Spiral Rock, ZDI would have been dead by now. Clearly, some people were unwilling to see the Wisteria Trading Company have a new president with a strong personality. ZDI didn't know what kind of power or authority the mastermind was, or if it was one of the participants of the meeting that day. In order to protect herself, ZDI needed someone strong to protect her. Sharp diamonds and war traffickers were obviously the best choices. Because they were criminals jointly wanted by the various continents, their positions were naturally clear. They needed ZDI, but the rich and powerful had plenty of substitutes. Sharp Diamond had proposed a marriage alliance to ZDI. Only when ZDI met the requirements would she have the qualifications to cooperate with Sharp Diamond and the war traffickers. The current Wisteria Chamber of Commerce was too weak. It was worlds apart from its peak state in the past. In the past, ZDI had rejected the marriage alliance. But now, in order to protect herself and avenge her father, ZDI had no choice but to choose a marriage alliance. She succeeded. She formed a close alliance with the 100 Needles clan and formed a marriage alliance with Jinjin. Thanks to the war in the south, the weakened 100 Needles clan needed the Wisteria Trading Company now. The war trafficker continued, "This green liquid can't be sold. The true power to heal me isn't this liquid, but the divine artifact of this sapphire gold coffin." ZDI's eyes widened. "Is it the legendary divine artifact that can revive the Quetzalcoatl god?" The war trafficker nodded, then shook his head. "It is indeed the divine artifact of the Quetzalcoatl god, but it's not complete. As you can see, this divine artifact still lacks a coffin lid. At the same time, I'm not a follower of the Quetzalcoatl god, so I don't have the corresponding divine power. I used alchemy to steal a part of this divine artifact's power, but creating this green liquid is already the limit. As long as you leave the range of the alchemy array, the green liquid will immediately lose its effect. Even within the array, the green liquid is far from being able to revive a life. So that's how it is." ZDI sighed. "The goods for you have already been prepared, they are already in the warehouse." The war trafficker called the tower genie and opened a portal. ZDI followed the war trafficker and Sharp Drill to the warehouse, where she saw the substitute. The substitute's eyes were closed and he was sleeping inside a wooden box. The box was marked with the number EX866. Seeing the substitute's appearance, ZDI was shocked. It was so similar. The substitute was simply carved from the same mold as Zhenjin. The war trafficker laughed. This is currently my proudest work. The adjustment of the appearance is only a minor detail. His original body was a silver knight. In order to perfectly replace Zhenjin, I successfully fused the Golden Queen Bee's bloodline into his body. ZDI's expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of shock. The Golden Queen Bee was a legend rank magic beast. The bloodline of the 100 Needles family could be traced back to it. The 100 Needles family's aura arts, fighting skills, secret skills, and so on were all based on the foundation of the bloodline. After many years of creation, improvement, and so on, they were perfected step by step to their current state. Before instilling Zhenjin's memories, I had already instilled the memories of a powerhouse of the 100 Needles family into him through a memory crystal. After a series of battles and training, his muscles have also been adjusted to the best state for the 100 Needles family's fighting skills. His memories have also been carefully filtered and modified. There is no lack of common sense. Once Zhenjin's memories are obtained, they will be very compatible with his current physical state. The more ZDI heard, the more frightened she became. After the war trafficker finished speaking, he looked at her meaningfully. As for the Golden Queen Bee's bloodline, I spent a lot of money to secretly purchase it from the giant mouth hunting group. Legend rank blood. TSK, I have to say that our luck is very good. ZDI's face became completely pale. Ha ha ha. It seems that you have already noticed. The war trafficker's smile grew wider. Teacher, I told you that she's a smart little girl of the human race. Pointed Diamond agreed. ZDI's mouth was dry, and her heart raced. So, the plan has changed? Yes. The war trafficker looked at her with admiration, but he did not explain. Instead, he said to Pointed Diamond, tell her in detail. Pointed Diamond explained, originally, we wanted to support and protect you, and let you sell our firearms. Of course, the current Wisteria Chamber of Commerce is not qualified to cooperate with us, but you accepted my suggestion, or rather, a test. You succeeded. You have a marriage alliance with the 100 Needles family. With this identity, as long as Zhenjin succeeds in the competition for the position of City Lord, your Wisteria Chamber of Commerce will be able to gain a foothold and sell our firearms in large quantities on the Wasteland continent. Whether it was magic or alchemy research, large amounts of experiments and resources were required. Through selling firearms, the war trafficker and Pointed Diamond, this pair of master and disciple could earn money and invest it in cultivation and research. The results of their research and cultivation could be used to create more advanced firearms and earn more money. For so many years, the war trafficker had been in a virtuous cycle. In recent years, he had switched to life alchemy and made many achievements. But recently, Pointed Diamond continued, our alchemy has made major breakthroughs. We can perfectly fuse a legendary bloodline into a life form. Of course, only a part of the bloodline, and the life form's quality has to be at least silver. Together with the memory crystal, we can create a Zhenjin, a perfect puppet under our control. Our luck is really good. Coincidentally, the Jizhong hunting group killed a legendary Golden Queen Bee. We arranged an ambush, and the 100 Needles family's direct subordinates to Zhenjin's side were all wiped out. Technological breakthroughs and growth in strength inflated the war trafficker and Pointed Diamond's ambitions. They were no longer satisfied with supporting ZDI, but wanted to invade White Sand City, and even began to erode and control the 100 Needles family. But I have an engagement. If I harm Zhenjin, I will suffer a backlash. ZDI expressed her concern. Don't worry, I will personally modify the magic contract on you. The war trafficker laughed. ZDI's heart was cold. She deeply realized that cooperating with the war trafficker was like asking a tiger for its skin. ZDI could reluctantly accept the previous plan. Because she could use the war trafficker and the 100 Needles family to benefit from both sides. She would take the initiative to reveal her trade relationship with the war trafficker to the 100 Needles family, which would greatly increase ZDI's value in the eyes of the 100 Needles family and protect ZDI's freedom. But now it was different. Now, the war trafficker and the others wanted to deal with Zhenjin and the 100 Needles family. ZDI was too weak and could only be trapped in their conspiracy. Once the matter was exposed and she murdered Jinjin, the only heir, ZDI would become the mortal enemy of the Hundred Needles family, and at the same time, she would be hated by all the nobles in the upper echelons of the empire. The new plan was too risky, but ZDI had no right to refuse. I am not cooperating with the war trafficker, I am just their chess piece. Her heart was filled with sorrow, but ZDI nodded to the master and disciple in front of her and said in a heavy tone, "A great new plan." Soon after, ZDI staggered out of the magic circle. The war trafficker was worthy of being a legendary mage. He personally modified the magic contract on ZDI. Just after the magic ritual, ZDI was dizzy and her spirit was not light. But the war trafficker was prepared and handed ZDI a potion. ZDI did not hesitate at all and drank it in one gulp. Her condition quickly improved. After a few breaths, her spirit was completely healed, and even increased a little compared to before. The girl's face slightly changed. Her undamaged spirit allowed ZDI to quickly sense the magic contract. The war trafficker laughed. "I just modified it and transferred its original target to the body of the substitute. This way, this magic contract also became a strong evidence of the substitute's disguise. From now on, you and the substitute's life are linked together, both of you share life. Of course, the highest authority is in my hands. As long as I think about it, this magic contract will change dramatically in an instant and take away both of your lives. Unless I die one day, this contract will stay with you forever, human girl." ZDI's face was pale. The war trafficker did things flawlessly, not giving ZDI and the substitute any room to rebel. If nothing unexpected happened, from now on, ZDI can only be a pawn of the war trafficker. The only thing this substitute lacks is Jinjin's own memories. The war trafficker sighed. "I will give you a crystal device that can transfer memories. Of course I've already done something to it. As long as Jinjin uses this device, all of his memories will be secretly copied. It's best if he does it willingly. If you force him, there will be flaws in the memory copy. As for how to make him willingly do it, I'm sure you can do it. ZDI will do her best to not disappoint Sir War Trafficker's expectations." ZDI bowed and half-knelt on the ground. This attitude made both the war trafficker and Sharp Diamond very satisfied. A few days later, in a warehouse at the docks. "Sir, this is the substitute I prepared for you." ZDI smiled next to him. "Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. How could you find such a perfect substitute?" Jinjin exclaimed. ZDI had a smile on her face, but her mood was very complicated. Who would have thought that the Confusion Island was actually in this part of the sea? The trip to the Confusion Island had a huge impact on her life. "From now on, my life is linked to yours." ZDI silently stared at the substitute. "ZDI and I are connected by marriage. I am a holy knight, and the only successor of the Hundred Needles family. They won't dare to harm me." With this thought, Jinjin trusted ZDI a lot. According to ZDI's plan, Jinjin created a memory crystal and disguised himself as Hei Huan. "Ha ha ha." He laughed happily. "Then let's get down to business. Continue to work hard, to become a noble's wife. With your identity and bloodline, it won't be easy." "I will remember Sir's words in my heart," ZDI replied. After the pig's kiss sailed for a while. Late at night, in the captain's room. The captain fell softly to the ground, looking at ZDI in front of him in horror. What happened? His whole body was paralyzed, he couldn't move. "I was very careful, I was loose on the outside and tight on the inside, I was always monitoring you." "How did you poison me?" ZDI smiled and looked at the ink bottle on the table. "Sir Captain, you have to send a letter to the Holy Knight Fen Yi almost every 3 days, reporting Father Scab and our information. This kind of expensive ink, are you used to it?" The captain stared at the ink. "You used it to poison me?" "Impossible, I have been using this ink for a long time. Why did I only get poisoned now?" ZDI shook her head. "You don't need to know more, because it involves a certain knowledge of the barbarian's herbs. You can rest in peace." "No, wait. I can rely on you, rely on the Hundred Needles family. Don't kill me. If you kill me, how can you smoothly go to the wilderness continent?" Without the captain, the pig's kiss will be very dangerous. The captain hurriedly begged for mercy. ZDI pulled out the rapier she had already prepared. If you were just monitoring us, I would have let it go. Unfortunately, you have deliberately slowed the voyage these days. The longer the delay, the more unfavorable it will be for us. After saying that, with a light sound, the rapier, with the help of magic, easily pierced through the captain's body. You will regret. Before the captain died, his eyes were wide open, full of malevolence. There was fear in the face of death, and also the viciousness of revenge. Not good. ZDI immediately realized that the captain must have some kind of countermeasure. Almost in the next moment, the magic device of the pig's kiss was activated. The whole hull broke into two. Damn it. ZDI hurriedly ran out of the captain's cabin. She used invisibility magic. The chaotic crowd didn't notice her at all. However, just as she was running towards the Golden Needle cabin, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and stood there in shock. The magic contract was suddenly broken. The war dealer's joke rang in ZDI's mind again. This made her realize an inconceivable fact: the war dealer was dead. This is impossible. But the magic contract was indeed broken. The war dealer wouldn't do this for no reason. He's dead. What happened on the mystery island? I want to go and see. I must go and see. Some kind of huge change must have happened on the mystery island. If the war dealer and Sharp Diamond didn't die, they will definitely find me again in the future. If they only have one breath left, I will decide on the spot whether to save or kill them. If they are all dead, doesn't it mean that the alchemy industry on the mystery island will be taken over by me? Yes. I want to go to the island. I still have the 18th level of authority. I must go to the island as soon as possible. P.S. This chapter was changed at the last minute. Almost a bug was written. Chapter 191. Excluding ZDI, there were a total of 16 people on the 3 landing boats. Each boat had a large amount of supplies: food, water, weapons, and equipment. On the boat ZDI was on, there was a coffin-shaped wooden box. The wind was blowing and the waves were surging. They could avoid the nearest beach, away from the shipwreck site of the Pig's Kiss, and choose another beach to disembark. Quickly row. ZDI kept urging. Not far behind the 3 boats, there was a huge black shadow in the sea, quickly approaching them. The other 16 people knew that they were in danger, and used all their strength to drive the 3 boats forward quickly. I can't use my magic or do-chi. Damn it, I hope the situation on the island is different. My authority doesn't allow me to use magic freely. ZDI gritted her teeth, looking at the huge black shadow in the sea getting closer and closer. Her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Fortunately, as they approached the beach, the giant figure in the sea gradually stopped moving and slowed down to the lowest speed. The 3 boats successfully reached the beach. Quick, move the supplies, quickly. ZDI was the first to jump onto the beach. The other guards were in a hurry, quickly emptying the 3 boats. Everyone rejoiced. What exactly is this huge black shadow? Is it the cause of the shipwreck? Fortunately, it gave up in the end. We were about to be caught, but it hesitated. I have a bad feeling. I have a feeling that it is scared. Maybe there is something on the island that threatens its life. In the end, Miss ZDI, why are we here? ZDI snorted. You should thank me for saving your lives first, shouldn't you? The guards' expressions were a little awkward. ZDI didn't think that there would be a backup plan after the captain's death. The shipwreck happened too suddenly. ZDI tried her best, but only managed to take away 16 guards and a large amount of supplies. She managed to snatch 3 landing craft in advance and led the group away. This is the island of confusion. I want to find the alchemy factory. Where is it? After ZDI logged in, she was directly teleported to the alchemy factory. She did not know the specific location. Some of you have been hired by me, and some of you are old guards of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. Just do as I say. Now, let's depart immediately. By the way, protect this wooden box well. The things inside are very important. You have to protect it just like you protected me. Understood, Miss ZDI, President. The guards looked at each other for a moment before replying. As the group went deeper into the rainforest, the island gradually revealed its ferocious and terrifying side. The bloodline centipede died under the blades of the guards. What kind of magical beast is this? Does anyone know? It looks like both a centipede and a snake. I've never heard of it before. Let's call it the blood-flying snake, ZDI said. That's not important. We have to keep moving forward. We have to move fast. Wait a moment. Magic crystals are very valuable. Sir President, I killed this snake. Can you let me take its magic core first? The caravan's guard pleaded. This idiot. ZDI sighed and nodded helplessly. She had visited the alchemy factory and knew that this kind of modified magical beast did not have a magic core from the pointy drill. The rest of the people looked at this lucky guy with a slightly envious gaze. It was not difficult to cut open the blood-flying snake, but after dissecting it, the guard's excitement suddenly disappeared. He was surprised and doubtful. What's going on? There is no magic core. This life force is obviously from a magical beast. I'm not sure. Since there is no magic core, let's go. ZDI urged again. However, things did not go as planned. The group moved slower and slower. The complicated landscape of the rainforest often made people hesitate. The extremely dense vegetation hid dangerous magical beasts, so the group had to move forward carefully. If they were careless, their lives would be in danger. After the guards repeatedly admonished her, ZDI had no choice but to bow her head in the face of reality. Then let's build a campsite and rest. After resting for 2 days, the group continued to move forward. However, the deeper they went into the rainforest, the more terrifying the dangers they encountered. When they reached the 3rd campsite, someone suggested again. We have brought too many resources. Actually, a large part of our physical strength is used to transport the resources. We feel that it is feasible to leave a portion of the resources here. ZDI thought for a while and felt that it was not a bad idea. If the group was defeated in the future and the resources were lost, they still had a way out. I underestimated the danger level of the Mystery Island. If I knew that magic was forbidden here, I would have awakened the substitute first. He had a silver cultivation level and was transformed into a werbeast at the same time. I was not forbidden in the alchemy factory. Wait, since the war dealer is dead, there must have been a shocking change here. Maybe the Mystery Island was originally free, but the change brought about a forbidden environment. Is this one of the war dealer's defensive measures? ZDI had a lot of guesses in her heart. After entering the rainforest for more than 10 days, she had completely dispelled the plan of quickly discovering the alchemy factory. This will be a long exploration. But if I succeed, my life will change completely. I will succeed. ZDI was very determined. However, a few days later, she suffered a blow to the head. They encountered a silver-level man-made magical beast, the blue dog fox wolf. This extremely cunning magical beast deliberately attacked the guard at the back of the group. It deliberately did not kill him directly, but dragged him and ran wildly. ZDI and the group immediately ran and rushed to rescue him. The original formation was in chaos, and the blue dog fox wolf took the opportunity to attack. The crossbows in the hands of the guards seriously injured it, but it killed 3 guards. The guards were furious and wanted revenge. It is a silver-level magical beast. Which one of you is its opponent? Keep moving. ZDI's attitude was firm. It is already seriously injured. This is the most dangerous time for wild beasts. But this forest will clean it up. It will be eaten by other beasts. If it has a magic nucleus, maybe I will go. But after so many days, all the magical beasts we killed did not have a magic nucleus. This wolf will not be an exception. ZDI's words were very reasonable. Since there was no profit to be gained, after the anger gradually subsided, no one was willing to risk their lives to take revenge. Moreover, to search for a wolf in this vast rainforest was very difficult. What they did not expect was that when they did not look for the wolf attacked them again. This time, the blue dog fox wolf brought back a beehive, and the poisonous fire bees attacked the whole camp. 4 guards were stung, and their injuries were so serious that they fell into a coma. ZDI tried her best to save them, but it was useless, and in the middle of the night, they all died. The blue dog fox wolf's attack did not stop, and after that, it attacked again and again, pestering ZDI and the rest, becoming a nightmare that they could not get rid of. The situation forced ZDI and the rest to increase their speed, so they began to reduce their supplies. The substitute's wooden box was cumbersome, and could only be abandoned in one of the campsites. Only then did everyone know that there was a person hidden in the wooden box. He is my fiancé, Lord Jinjin. You all know that we are here to help him. But in fact, we used a scheme to secretly help him sneak into White Sand City and catch his competitors off guard. ZDI explained. So that's the case, no wonder the president is so nervous about a wooden box. But why has Master Jin Zhen been in a coma? ZDI sighed, it is not easy to hide from those competitors. Originally, we were going to wake him up when we reached White Sand City. But now that there is an accident, I have no choice but to hope that he will wake up on his own. After that, no matter how dangerous the situation was, ZDI kept the substitute by her side. The situation is getting worse, he is my last safeguard. But waking the substitute was extremely difficult. ZDI could not use magic, and forcibly using the memory crystal in this anti-magic environment was very likely to fail, and the success rate was very low. It would be fine if he couldn't wake ZDI up, but if there was an accident during the process of waking ZDI up and the substitute found out that ZDI wasn't ZDI, it would be hard to guarantee what he would do to ZDI in his anger. President, run. We have to stop it. The last two guards chose to stay and stall for time, and their fates were self-evident. ZDI gritted her teeth and dragged the sleeping substitute away with difficulty. Whoosh, whoosh. ZDI's mouth was wide open, and she breathed with all her might, even though her chest was already aching. She was sweating profusely, and as a magician, her delicate body was bursting with astonishing power, which surprised even herself. Maze Island is too dangerous. But I shouldn't die here, and I can't die here. Faster, faster. Ah. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from afar. The girl trembled, as if she was electrocuted. They were killed too. The girl's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with panic. It's okay, I still have a substitute. When her gaze fell on the boy on the stretcher behind her, she became determined again. Climbing trees and crossing rivers, ZDI temporarily got rid of the blue dog fox wolf. But she quickly realized that her life was still hanging by a thread. Then there is only one last choice left. A determined light flashed in the girl's eyes. She took out the memory crystal and began to activate it. The girl became more and more anxious, and whispered, faster, faster. I beg you, hurry up and activate it. As if it heard the girl's pleas, the milky white crystal finally began to shine faintly, and it was almost undetectable. As expected, most magic was forbidden on this island, but that was only relative. As long as the grade is high enough, it can be used. It's just that its power and effect are greatly reduced. Just as ZDI had expected, the blue dog, the fox, and the wolf once again rushed over. It pounced in the air, and the shadow of death enveloped the girl's body and mind. Am I going to die here? At the moment when ZDI was in despair, the substitute suddenly opened his eyes. He was awakened by the roar of a beast, and kicked the blue dog fox wolf fiercely, sending it into the river. Then, the boy supported himself with both hands on the ground, and stood up, glaring angrily. I was saved. He was successfully awakened by me. ZDI's pupils shrank, and her breathing stopped. Looking at the boy's thin back, she felt a strong sense of security. Chapter 192. The blue dog fox wolf was kicked into the river by the double, which quickly activated the golden demon plant hidden in the river. The wolf struggled, howling, and the waves of blood dissipated together. Soon, the river returned to calm. The double witnessed all this and was shocked. What the hell is this place? He began to look around in horror, and finally turned to the girl ZDI. Where is this? ZDI was also stunned by the python vines in the river, and the double's words made her heart jump. The danger of the blue dog fox wolf was resolved in a very thrilling and unexpected way. The main accident and danger now came from the double who had just saved her life. There was a problem with the memory crystal infusion. ZDI needed to test the double's condition. "Milord, ZDI was extremely excited. Like a frightened kitten, she threw herself into the arms of the substitute. The double looked at the girl in his arms and was at a loss for a moment. "Thank God, sir, you're finally awake." The girl excitedly hugged the double tightly. "Sir, you're awake." The double patted her shoulder, and then gently pushed ZDI away. ZDI looked up at the double, excitement and surprise overflowing in her words. The double looked at the girl in his arms, and suddenly his heart seemed to skip a beat. Her delicate face was full of weakness, and her eyes were red as if she was about to cry. Her pair of purple eyes were so beautiful that they reminded people of gemstones, and there was a hint of charm in their brilliance. "Excuse me. Who are you?" ZDI immediately showed a perfect look of surprise. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and look up at the double, her eyes motionless. They looked at each other for a few seconds. ZDI's face gradually showed surprise and worry, and she hurriedly introduced herself. "I'm ZDI, sir. I'm your fiancé." "Fiancé?" The double frowned. "ZDI." The double chewed on the name. After thinking deeply, the double frowned even more. "Wait a minute, Who am I?" ZDI's heart skipped a beat. Most of the memories were not instilled. He doesn't even know who he is. "You're Zhenjin, you're Baron Zhenjin. My God, my lord, have you even forgotten your own identity?" The young girl hurriedly reminded him, the anxiety and uneasiness on her face matching her inner feelings. "Zhenjin, I'm Zhenjin. Why can't I remember anything? Oh my God, how did this happen?" ZDI's heart raced as she began to fabricate a lie. "Perhaps Your Excellency's head suffered a violent blow, so you temporarily lost your memory. There are indeed similar cases here. Sir, we encountered a shipwreck a few days ago. The storm swept through, the ships were broken, and the survivors were stranded on this island. There are many people who have gone missing, including you, sir. When I followed the clues and found you in the depths of the rainforest, you were already unconscious. I tried many methods, but I couldn't wake you up." At this point, she changed the topic and began to tell the truth. "Wait, perhaps it was because the method I used to save you was destroyed midway. If this is the truth, then I'm really sorry, my lord. At that time, I didn't have any other choice." ZDI pointed at Zhenjin's chest, where many crystal fragments were still attached. Zhenjin lowered his head and saw the crystal fragments attached to his chest. "So, it was you who saved me." Then, the young girl told the substitute in detail what had just happened, as well as why she took the risk to use the white crystal to save the substitute at the last moment. A lie mixed with truth and falsehood would be even more difficult to see through. Moreover, the memory crystal fragments were scattered at the scene, so forcibly covering it up would only be a flaw. Calling it the healing tool, Angel's Tear, and taking the initiative to reveal it would give people a feeling of magnanimity, and at the same time, it was a crucial test. "So it was this dangerous before, it's all thanks to you." ZDI. The substitute praised. ZDI's heart relaxed, but she whispered guiltily, "But my lord, you might have lost your memory because of this." The substitute hurriedly comforted her. "This is not your fault, ZDI. On the contrary, I have to thank you. If you hadn't made such a wise choice, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to wake up in time. At this moment, I must have been eaten by that giant wolf. Let's put the matter of my memory aside first. Right now, the most important thing is to leave this dangerous place." "Very good." ZDI was excited. She temporarily stabilized the substitute. "Wait a moment. Perhaps these will be of some help to my lord when he recovers his memory in the future." Before leaving, ZDI collected the memory crystals. Who knew if Zhenjin had died in the shipwreck, and the device used to make the memory crystals had also been lost? The shipwreck had happened too suddenly, and ZDI had already reached her limit by gathering a group of people and supplies. As for these memory fragments, ZDI felt that they might be of great use in the future. "My lord, please let me examine you. I'm a low-level magician. Although I can't use magic right now, my knowledge is still there." Before leaving, ZDI made such a proposal. The substitute accepted her examination. The substitute was intact, without any injuries, and at the same time, there were no parts of him that had turned into a beast. This made ZDI very relieved. He can accept my examination, which also means that I have gained his initial trust. Come on, ZDI, everything is developing in a good direction. ZDI, how old am I? When being examined, the substitute asked. ZDI couldn't help but mutter in her heart, I'm afraid only the war traffickers and Sharp Diamond know your true age. She said, My lord, you are 16 years old this year. I'm 15. Then I'm also a magician. What kind of strength do I have? My lord, you cultivate Do Chi, you are a holy knight. Holy knight. The substitute was suddenly in a trance. ZDI was shocked. What's wrong? After a few breaths, the substitute came back to his senses. My lord, do you remember anything? ZDI looked expectant, but in her heart, she was praying that the instilled memory would not be wrong. Yes, I remember. When I became a holy knight, the moment when I solemnly took the oath. The substitute replied. My lord, maybe you can try and see if you can use Do Chi? No, I don't have any memory of cultivating Do Chi at all. I can't even feel the Do Chi in my body, and I don't know how to use it. The substitute's answer immediately gave ZDI a clear grasp of the state of his memory. Maybe the time hasn't come yet. But it doesn't matter, my lord, at least this proves that your memory can be recovered. It just takes some time. ZDI comforted Jinjin, but in fact, she was also comforting herself. At present, it seems that the memory was instilled, but it was forcibly stopped halfway, causing him to be unable to recall it. But once he recalls it, it's very natural, the substitute has no doubts. Maybe soon, he will be able to recall the key memory. Maybe the environment here can't stop the silver Do Chi. ZDI was originally in despair, but the awakening of the substitute gave her hope. At the same time, she did not let down her guard. It was difficult for ZDI to guarantee that the substitute's memory would not be flawed. Maybe at some point, the substitute would discover his true identity and give malicious feedback to ZDI who had deceived him. The two rested for a while, then set off on their journey. On a mound by the river, the two found the possibility of crossing the river, but they needed to build a temporary bridge. The substitute began to break the tree, but the branches were tough, and he failed, a few more times, and I will definitely be able to break it. ZDI observed calmly, the substitute was designed and modified by the war traffickers. His cultivation is silver, and his physical fitness should also be at the level of a silver knight. But at the same time, he is also a half-beast, and can shapeshift. Of course, the substitute does not know this at all. Only when he is faced with death and has no choice, will he shapeshift. However, the strength of a silver knight should not be unable to break a branch. There is something wrong with the trees here. While thinking, ZDI said, Lord Jinjin, these mounds are a little strange. The soil is reddish-brown, and the trees that grow on it also seem to be more resilient than normal trees. Next, the gold-level man-made magical beast, the lava giant tortoise, appeared. In order to drink water, it had a big battle with the python vines in the river, and finally left. In a short period of time, seeing two gold-level creatures with her own eyes, ZDI's heart was cold. I have underestimated the monster island. With my strength, there is no way I can explore here. The magical beasts hidden in one place can take my life. Sigh. Although the war trafficker's legacy is valuable, it is not something I can touch. ZDI had this idea many days ago. The gold-level magical beasts and magical plants, today's life was hanging by a thread, and the 16 guards were all gone, so she finally changed her mind. Many of the animals and plants on this island are very strange, and I have never seen them before. Let's leave this place quickly, ZDI said to Jinjin. The two of them successfully crossed the river and continued to move forward in the rainforest. Right, ZDI. Jinjin took the initiative to ask, how is my strength? Sir, the outside world recognizes your strength as dark iron. Recognized by the outside world? Yes. Sir, the strength you usually show is dark iron level 1. But according to my speculation, it must be more than that. Because this time, sir, you are crossing the sea to compete for the position of White Sand City's lord. And the lord of a city must at least have a silver cultivation level to be able to convince the public. ZDI had already prepared herself for this question, so she answered it very smoothly. And the deduction ability shown by the substitute made ZDI even more vigilant. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the place where the blue dog fox wolf killed the last two guards. Be careful. ZDI's warning was too late. Zhenjin was still injured by the blood centipede. ZDI used medicine to treat Zhenjin's injuries. Fortunately, the centipede's legs are not poisonous. I'm sorry, sir, for causing you to be injured. I should have told you this information earlier. The girl felt guilty and regretful. She was worried that the substitute would find out, so she subconsciously hid a lot of information. The injury of the substitute this time made her understand that she had to tell part of the information to the substitute. This was undoubtedly a test for ZDI. Once there was a contradiction and the substitute found out, she would be suspicious of ZDI. And the more suspicious she was, the more likely it was not a magical beast that would take her life, but the young knight in front of her. No, he is not a knight at all. He was modified by the war traffickers, and his memory was also tampered with. In essence, he is no different from a wolf or a blood centipede. He is a wild beast, only temporarily deceived by me. Maybe in the future, he will wake up, open the bloody mouth of a wild beast, and swallow me for deceiving him. Chapter 193. Strange. The substitute inspected the corpse of the bloodline centipede. Where is the crystal core of this magical beast? ZDI promptly explained, the magical beasts on this island have a strong life force, but there are no magic crystals in their bodies. Perhaps it was because of this that these magical beasts did not display any similar spells. At this point, ZDI's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. Wait, maybe the anti-magic environment on this island was prepared for these magical beasts. These magical beasts were created by the war traffickers. The magic in their bodies may not be balanced, so they can only survive in an anti-magic environment. Once the anti-magic environment disappears, these magical beasts may die or even self-destruct due to the imbalance of magic in their bodies. The more ZDI thought about it, the more she felt that this conjecture was correct. Since she came ashore, she had seen many modified magical beasts. If these man-made magical beasts were so powerful, then the war traffickers would have sold them as firearms. But he did not do so. This means that these man-made magical beasts have fatal weaknesses and cannot be used universally. ZDI glanced at Zhenjin. To be safe, she did not speak of this conjecture. ZDI secretly felt that it was a pity. The anti-magic environment may have always been there. When I first came ashore on this island, I was received by Sharp Diamond. At that time, I must have received special treatment. The key now is that we don't know the range of the anti-magic environment. The substitute has a silver level cultivation. Will he be banned? He can't use chi. Is it because he has amnesia? In short, he is the key to survival now. Let's stabilize him first. At night, by the bonfire. ZDI's gaze fell on the substitute's new arm guard and sighed. If you had this iron arm guard earlier, sir, you would not have been injured by the bloodline centipede. Zhenjin could not help but feel moved. He could not help but reach out his hand and stroke ZDI's hair. ZDI trembled slightly. Yes, sir. ZDI lowered her head, as if she was frightened by Zhenjin's action. She nervously held her breath like a kitten. She was really scared because she suddenly thought of something. Zhenjin is a lecher. Did the substitute also inherit this? Moving forward during the day, we were careful. Now it is night, only me and him. If he really has any designs on me, I can't resist at all, and no one will come to save me. But the substitute quickly withdrew his hand and asked faintly, ZDI, what kind of person do you think I am? This was a rather difficult question. If she did not answer well, she would be exposed. ZDI subconsciously held her breath and thought quickly. After carefully considering the words, she responded, Master Jinzhan, I actually don't know much about you. Setting the tone first can avoid a lot of questions. But according to the rumors, sir, you usually do not approach women and are a lone wolf. Even if you encounter a major event, you will not easily reveal your emotions. Saying this, I hope you will not have any designs on me. You spend most of your time in the temple, with a solemn and taciturn expression. But your clothing, food, housing, transportation, and every move are elegant and calm, full of the demeanor of a noble. Although you have few friends, you are willing to help others, especially the weak, and help the poor. So, sir, you have always had a good reputation among the lower class. Also, sir, you suddenly made a move this time and successfully joined the competition for the position of City Lord of White Sand City. This seems to have surprised the other temple knights. ZDI's words created an almost perfect image of a temple knight. Since he had lost all his memories, this process was to create and control him. As for whether the substitute would become suspicious after learning the truth when he returned to human society, ZDI did not care so much. In fact, even if he was suspicious, ZDI had already explained in the first sentence, "Lord Zhenjin, I actually do not know much about you." The substitute did not suspect her. Because of ZDI's words, he quickly outlined the image of a shrewd young man in his mind. Just as he was about to continue to ask for more information, a swarm of poisonous fire bees suddenly attack. Why is there a swarm of poisonous fire bees here? ZDI was shocked and almost lost her mind. At this moment, she did not have any loyal guards by her side, only an amnesiac substitute with an unknown character. Under the threat of death, if the substitute abandoned ZDI and fled, ZDI would not be surprised at all. My life is now in his hands. At this critical moment, an idea flashed in ZDI's mind. Got it. These are poisonous fire bees, sir, run quickly. I will bring up the rear. Hurry up and leave, my lord. ZDI shouted. Her voice was filled with urgency, and she seemed to be ready to die. Sir, run quickly. I have medicine that can detoxify the poison, ZDI urged again. You go. I will deal with these poisonous fire bees. The substitute chose to stay and block in front of ZDI. ZDI immediately heaved a sigh of relief. But soon, under the attack of the swarm, the substitute fell into a bitter struggle. Is today destined to be the day of my death? Just as ZDI was close to despair, Zhenjin suddenly used the fighting technique 100 Needle Wind. This is. ZDI raised her head, looking shocked and pleasantly surprised. Zhenjin's counterattack gave her hope. As expected of Sir. ZDI blurted out, cheering for Zhenjin. One by one, the poisonous fire bees fell to the ground. The 100 Needle Wind fighting technique was quite effective against these poisonous bees. Sir. ZDI was well protected. At this moment, she looked at Zhenjin's back, her eyes reflecting the constantly weakening bonfire, flickering with a bright luster. It seems that the memory crystal has at least imbued some content, but it needs a strong stimulus or a targeted trigger. He has been protecting me all this time, so he must have firmly believed what I said. In the short term, he is still reliable. Damn it, he has been stung too many times. There is too much fire poison in his body, even if I have medicine, I can't save him. ZDI stood behind the substitute, carefully observing and growing more and more worried. The last wave of poisonous fire bees attacked, and the substitute knew that it would be difficult to fight, so he could only pull ZDI's hand and turn around to escape. The two of them plunged into the dark forest. Sir, let me stay. I'll distract him. ZDI panted. Shut up. Zhenjin stopped abruptly and turned to face ZDI. The young girl cried out in surprise and crashed into Zhenjin's arms due to the inertia. The next moment, the young girl's world spun, and her vision changed drastically. When she came back to her senses, she found that she was in Zhenjin's arms and was running wildly. ZDI clung to the substitute's hard and broad chest, feeling the strong masculine scent that he emitted due to the vigorous exercise. She had never been hugged by a young man like this before. In her field of vision, there were dark shadows that were attacking her. They were the branches and vines of the rainforest. Because of the substitute's rampage, the branches and vines along the way were broken and torn apart one after another. Is this the feeling of being protected? A trace of indescribable emotion rippled in ZDI's heart. But soon, she collected her emotions and calmly took out a medicine from her leather bag. With the help of the medicine's firefly-like faint light, She tried her best to help the substitute to find his way. Then, she used the medicine one by one to try to slow down the pursuit of the poisonous fire bees. The teleportation happened at this stage, but the substitute and ZDI were in a very nervous state and did not notice this. In the end, they were forced by the poisonous fire bees and had to escape into the cave. The fire poison acted up, and the substitute was in a very bad state. ZDI gradually lost hope. He relied on the last trace of clarity in his mind and said weakly to ZDI, "Go quickly." But the young girl shook her head violently, tears flashing in her eyes. She said with a sobbing tone, "No, sir. I will never leave you. It wasn't easy for me to find you. It wasn't easy for us to get to this point. How can I give up? Without you, my substitute, how could I escape from Confusion Island alone? At most, I will just die like this. I just lost the bet, underestimated Confusion Island, underestimated the war traffickers. I accept this result, but it doesn't mean that I can't afford to lose." An accident happened. The brown monkey bear felt that its territory was invaded and rushed out, driving the poisonous fire bees out of the cave. ZDI and the substitute were safe for the time being, but the substitute was in a worse state and was on the verge of death. The substitute drove again, but ZDI shook her head and refused. "I won't go, I won't give up. Sir, I can make medicine, I can definitely make the right medicine. We still have hope, please don't give up. Quick, move faster." ZDI shouted in her heart as she took out bottles of medicine. In order to save time, she directly poured the medicine on the ground, corroding a small round pit. "Simple medicine can't save the substitute, I can only temporarily make a more powerful medicine. ZDI, come on. You must succeed. If you save the substitute, you still have a chance to live and escape from here." The young girl's movements were unprecedentedly fast, and the barbarian medicine that she had memorized by heart quickly turned over in her mind. She mixed a few medicines together, and then took out many dried leaves and roots from her bosom. She first crushed them into powder and then poured them into the round pit. Gurgle gurgle, the mixed medicine in the round pit began to bubble, and smoke curled up. ZDI knew that her hope of survival was at this moment, and it all depended on whether she could grasp it or not. The huge pressure forced her, and she cried as she made the medicine. In order to pursue the ferocious medicine, she took the risk of mixing in a lot of berserk medicine. She was not confident, but she knew that there was no hope for other methods. Fortunately, the medicine she had concocted had successfully awakened the substitute and dispelled a large amount of fire poison in the substitute's body. But at the same time, the large amount of berserk medicine was also squeezing the substitute's life force. Once the medicine's effect was over, ZDI was not sure whether the substitute was dead or alive. The substitute wanted to bring ZDI out of the cave, but in the end, they saw the horned black leopards and the brown monkey bear fighting. Because of the obstruction of the horde, the substitute and ZDI's escape plan failed, and they could only retreat back into the cave. The brown monkey bear returned victorious, and ate a lot of ores to heal its injuries. Once again facing a difficult choice, the substitute awakened Junjin's memory. He finally made a decision, and rushed towards the brown monkey bear without hesitation. It was a tragic fight. It was completely a life for a life. The substitute's arms were completely broken, and the muscles in his arms had turned into minced meat. There were many fractures in his body, and his internal organs were bleeding badly. The brown monkey bear's sharp claws pierced through the substitute's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. The scorching sharp claws roasted his intestines, skin, and flesh in an instant. In the end, the substitute and the brown bear tore at each other, and both sides perished together. "Ah, are they all dead?" ZDI stood in the same place in a daze, and only after a long time did her body tremble, and she suddenly woke up. She hurriedly ran towards the substitute's body, and checked him with a heart of luck. After confirming his death, ZDI's emotions became very complicated. First, she was shocked. She had never seen such a tragic fight at such a close distance. Then, she was grateful. He died for me. He was like a real knight, bravely sacrificing himself. No, the war dealer once said, before the transformation, he was already a silver knight. I should have trusted him a little more. Finally, she was lonely and afraid. Now, I'm still the only one left. The substitute was awakened, but after a day and a night, he was dead. In the huge Confusion Island, in the dense forest, among the endless ferocious magical beasts, only ZDI was left alone. How should she go? How should she survive? ZDI had no answer, no direction, and she was shrouded in despair. She sat on the ground, leaning on the substitute's body, thinking about her life, thinking about her father's revenge, and recalling the shipwreck. She was sometimes angry, sometimes hateful, sometimes regretful, sometimes in disbelief, and felt like she was in a dream. In the end, she was only a 15-year-old girl. She curled up her body and wrapped her arms around her legs. She felt as if the deathly silent cave had become her tomb. Time passed quietly, and she did not know how long had passed. ZDI suddenly raised her head. There were still traces of tears on her face, but her eyes were firm again. No, it's not the last moment yet. I can't give up yet. Even if I'm the only one left, I still have hope of escaping from here. Even if the hope is very small, I will do my best to grasp it. ZDI regained her fighting spirit, wiped her tears, and began to move. The first thing she needed to do was to gather the ingredients for the potion. In this environment where magic was forbidden, the most helpful thing was still the potion. Especially the potion on the barbarian's leather scroll. However, when she was half kneeling on the ground, collecting the blood of the bear corpse, she heard a soft bang. ZDI's heart jumped. She quickly turned around and saw the substitute waking up. An intense shock suddenly struck her, and she exclaimed in her heart, "Impossible, he was clearly dead just now. Resurrected from the dead." For a moment, ZDI could not believe what she saw with her own eyes. Because there was no magic here, and no divine arts, how could he be resurrected for no reason? Wait. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. The substitute was personally modified by the war trafficker. The war trafficker personally admitted that this was his proudest work. Could it be that this is one of the effects of the war trafficker's modification? Thinking about it carefully, it seems very possible. The war trafficker wanted to use a substitute to replace Jinjin. He even used the blood of the golden queen bee. He did his best to modify it, so it's reasonable that the substitute has the ability to resurrect. In just 1 or 2 breaths, ZDI came to her senses. The girl immediately rushed to the substitute's side and shouted in surprise, "Sir? Lord Shinjin, you're awake." Chapter 194. The substitute saw ZDI lying on the ground. He wanted to speak, but he could not. His throat and tongue were swollen, making it difficult for him to speak. He could only smile bitterly at the girl. ZDI thought quickly and immediately explained to herself, "Sir, the fire poison has flared up again, and the previous medicine is no longer effective. I am making a new medicine. I will definitely succeed. Believe me, sir, you must not give up. I will definitely be able to save you." The substitute nodded, but it was this very slight movement that made him fall into a coma again. ZDI was stunned on the spot. No way. He fell into a coma again. She quickly checked the substitute's condition and found that he was in a very bad state. Compared to the previous state of death, he only had 1 more breath. It was like the final radiance of a dying person. Could it be that my guess was wrong? The war traffickers did not set up any means to revive the dead. Maybe it was a fake death. I remember that there was a case recorded in a book. Or maybe, the war traffickers did set up a self-saving method, but the effect of this self-saving method could only reach this level. Damn it. Am I going to be happy for nothing? ZDI gritted her teeth and looked at the substitute who was about to die again. She was very unwilling. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Wait a minute, most of the fire poison is accumulated in his blood, which is the reason why he is dying. If I expel his poisonous blood, it might reduce the burden on his body and save him. Of course, this method also had a major hidden danger. The substitute had already gone through a fierce battle and lost a lot of blood. If the blood was expelled, he might die from excessive blood loss. But there was no other way. If the poison was not expelled, he would definitely die. If the blood was expelled, there seemed to be a chance of survival. ZDI took a deep breath and cut open the blood vessels in the substitute's arm to expel the poisonous blood. Seeing the blood flowing out of the substitute's body, ZDI also nervously observed the substitute's condition. She kept calling and sometimes opened the substitute's eyelids to observe his pupils. This is. In an instant, the doppelganger's pupils underwent an inexplicable change. It turned into a beast's eyes with vertical pupils. Its pupils were pitch black, and the whites of its eyes were golden. Seeing such eyes, ZDI couldn't move at all. Her mind was also frozen. She couldn't think or escape. It was as if she had met her natural enemy. However, at the next moment, the double's pupils changed once again, taking on the appearance of a human eye. Everything happened so quickly that ZDI was in a daze. She almost thought that she was hallucinating. The substitute opened his eyes again and looked around. He found ZDI next to him and was drawing his blood. "My lord, I'm treating you. I will draw out your poisonous blood to dilute the fire poison in your body." The substitute remained silent and did not dare to move. His head was still in a state of intense dizziness. If he moved too much, he would be knocked out by this dizziness. The double quietly looked at the top of the cave and died again soon after. Dead again. ZDI was stunned, and her heart turned cold again. She opened the double's eyelids and found that his pupils had dilated and his heartbeat had completely disappeared. Just like before, he was completely dead. If it were anyone else, ZDI would have given up. However, she knew that the double was personally modified by the war trafficker. The war trafficker had placed great expectations on him. He even used the blood of a legendary level magical beast for this. Just now, the double was in this state and then suddenly revived. Perhaps, this time, it was also faking his death. However, this time, ZDI waited for a long time, but the double did not revive again. Is there only one chance of revival? ZDI checked the double's body and found that his body was very cold. Did he lose too much blood? Is it because I drained his blood that caused him to die completely? ZDI began to panic. The potion in my hand can't bring someone back to life at all. It can only rely on his own life potential. He has lost too much blood now. I need to replenish his blood. After a simple test, ZDI found that her blood type did not match the double at all. She saw the body of the brown monkey bear and her gaze paused. Send the bear's blood into his body. He was modified by the war trafficker and has the blood of the golden queen bee. The brown monkey bear is also a man-made magical beast. Both of them have something in common. This is worth a try. At the same time, this was also the only way in front of ZDI's eyes. Not long after, the double woke up again. This time, his brows were tightly furrowed as he felt an intense pain. "It's working, it's working." ZDI could not help but shout. Her heart was extremely excited. Soon, the double closed his eyes again. He died again. ZDI was dumbfounded and could not help but feel angry. Dead and alive, alive and dead. What are you trying to do? ZDI's mood fluctuated violently with the double's life and death. Sometimes she was in heaven, sometimes she was in hell. However, the double's life and death were closely related to whether ZDI could escape. ZDI took a deep breath and checked the double's condition again. She immediately exhaled a turbid breath and felt slightly relieved. It turned out that the double did not die this time, but fell into a coma. Now he can only rely on himself. I've done everything I can, ZDI sighed. She had confidence in the double. It was very simple to build confidence. The double could even be revived after death, let alone now when he was just in a coma. Wait, while he's unconscious, I want to do a full check on him. This is the best time. If he survives and wakes up, I won't have the chance to do this. ZDI knew that she had to learn more about the double. He was full of mysteries. How many alchemy methods did the war trafficker set up? ZDI tried her best to take off the double's equipment and clothes that she could take off. When she took off his pants, ZDI's movements suddenly froze. She suddenly realized, what was she doing? Before this, she had never taken the initiative to take off a young man's pant. I'm just doing research. I'm just doing this to survive. I have to do this. ZDI, Do your best. You can do it. No one knows what you've done. His unconscious. Although she kept encouraging herself in her heart, ZDI still delayed for more than 10 breaths before she continued to move. When she put on the double's pants again, her face was red like a ripe tomato. She felt that her whole body was burning. After a long time, she recovered and continued to move. She cleaned up the battlefield and disposed of the brown bear and the black panther's bodies. She also used the bear's blood to make game medicine and sprinkled it near the cave, pretending that the brown bear was still alive to deter other possible predators. She went deeper into the cave and found a dead end in the end. When she returned from another trip, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the double had already opened his eyes. "You're awake." She was so excited that she took a few steps forward and almost threw herself into the double's arms. On one hand, she was really excited. On the other hand, she was also acting with her actions. Soon, she felt the double patting her shoulder and heard the double's voice become hoarse. "I listened to you and didn't give up." "Yes." ZDI nodded and let go of Jinjin. She no longer hugged him tightly and stared at the youth with a pair of purple eyes, unblinking. 4 pairs of eyes. ZDI thought, his pupils are also normal. Was the beast eyes that appeared before really just an illusion? While analyzing in her heart, the girl said emotionally, "Lord Jinjin, you are a real Knight Templar. It's all thanks to your medicine." ZDI shook her head. The situation was urgent at the time, and the conditions for making the medicine were too simple. "To be honest, I wasn't confident at the time. I just tried my best. I didn't think it would have such a miraculous effect." "Maybe." The double smiled. "What do you want to ask?" "Don't worry." ZDI was very clear in her heart that there was a huge flaw in her plan. She could try to hide the fact that he had come back from the dead. However, the double's terrifying recovery ability was completely inconsistent with Jinjin's. She guessed that this was probably the work of the war traffickers, but the double didn't know about the war traffickers. If he had doubts in this regard, it was very likely that he would suspect her. Therefore, she had to use her words to solve this flaw in advance. Under ZDI's deliberate guidance, the double's train of thought was seriously affected by her. "Your guess is indeed possible, but I can't answer you. Because my memory has only recovered a few short scenes. My lord, how does it feel to drink water?" ZDI looked concerned and nervous. Realizing that her guidance was successful, the clever ZDI stopped while she was ahead and immediately changed the topic. "There's no feeling of pain. It seems to be the same as usual." The double replied. "That's good, but it still needs to be observed." ZDI was very concerned about the double's condition. Now, she could only rely on him. The double needed to urinate to drink water. "My lord, let me help you." ZDI had been paying close attention to the double. She was very good at reading people's expressions. When she noticed that the young man was a little embarrassed, she understood. "My lord, I'm your fiancé. There's no need to be embarrassed." ZDI persuaded again, but in her heart, she said, "I've already seen it." "Hey! The volume is different. Is it because of holding back urine?" ZDI helped the double successfully urinate. 2 lovely red spots still rose on her cheeks. The hair on her forehead was slightly raised, as if her whole little head was steaming. "My lord, it seems that your injuries are recovering very well. You can drink water without worry. However, you still need to be careful when eating." ZDI was happy for the double's health. She observed the double's feces and collected them for analysis. "My lord, your body is recovering very well. To be more precise, it's extremely amazing. This kind of physical quality is definitely not something that a silver rank can have." ZDI stared at Jinjin, her pair of purple eyes emitting a scorching light. At this moment, she suddenly realized, even if her plan to obtain the war dealer's inheritance failed, the young man in front of her was the war dealer's proudest work when he was alive. If she studied him in depth, it was also possible to deduce the war dealer's alchemy result. Chapter 195. The substitute's injuries gradually healed. In further communication, ZDI also described her identity. "Wisteria Chamber of Commerce? That name sounds familiar. Wait, could it be?" The substitute analyzed his situation and became closer to ZDI. ZDI observed his expression and became more vigilant. The substitute's analytical ability is much higher than Jinjin's. I only revealed a little about the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce, and he already thought so much. Looking at his expression, he also quite approves of this alliance of interests. This shows that he is also a pragmatic person. ZDI felt the pressure. She was under much more pressure when she was with her double than when she was with needlework. The substitute also asked why there were no direct forces around him. ZDI told him, there was indeed a group of people sent by the Lord's family. But they were attacked by bandits on the way and were completely wiped out. At the same time, there were traces of frequent goblins and ogres around the Hundred Needles clan's territory. At this moment, the girl already knew that this was not a conspiracy of the competitors, but the war traffickers and the Sharp Diamond faction. But the substitute had been misled and could not help but snort. It seems that the competition for the position of the White Sand City Lord is very fierce. Lord. Traveling with us was a temple priest named Scab Sand. He is the examiner of this competition. He is probably still alive. If we can find him and bring him help, that would be the best. ZDI told the substitute about Scab's existence. The substitute's injuries were healed. The two of them were ready to leave the cave and try to escape again. However, they were very surprised to find that the landscape had changed. Originally, it was a jungle landscape, but now it had become a forest landscape. To some extent, the vast nature was naturally more difficult to deal with than the fierce magic beasts. The substitute and ZDI could only helplessly return to the cave. No matter how strong the substitute is, even if he can use Do Chi, it will not help us in our current predicament. ZDI knew she had to stand up. The barbarian's scroll has potions that can help me, but I lack a lot of herbs. Then we can only use other herbs to replace them. Fortunately, I have a certain amount of medicinal herbs on hand. At the same time, the properties of the newly collected medicinal herbs are very close to the original formula. This is worth a try, and it must be tried. ZDI worked hard for an entire night. On the second day, she saw that the bottom of the pit had completely dried up with the pink liquid. She could not help but feel excited. I did it. She crushed the powder into powder and wrapped it with leaves to make a pink potion. These powders can leave traces. The bright pink color will be very conspicuous in the forest. Whether it was sprinkled on a tree trunk or a rock, it would stay there for a long time. Even if it's washed away by heavy rain, it can still stubbornly remain for several days. With the help of the pink potion, the substitute and ZDI no longer had to worry about getting lost in the forest. The two of them started trekking through the forest and encountered a black panther along the way. Hurry up and chase after it. It might attract the entire leopard pack, ZDI reminded them in a low voice. Follow me. If not. Before the body double could finish, ZDI interrupted her. Don't worry, we both have the potion. We can mark it anywhere and meet up. ZDI answered quickly. Although she would be safer with the substitute by her side, she was very rational. She knew that if she was surrounded by the leopard pack, she would definitely die a tragic death. After all, the substitute was only one person and could not protect her completely. Therefore, she would rather take a risk now and nip the potentially fatal danger in the bud. The substitute chased in front while the girl ran with all her strength, trying to shorten the distance between her and the substitute. The substitute was very fast and soon disappeared into the vast forest. ZDI seemed to have become a lonely person again. It was fine when the substitute was by her side, but once the substitute was far away, she could not help but feel panic and loneliness. The countless branches and leaves in the forest seemed to have become evil existences, staring at her with terrifying malice. ZDI's heart beat faster and faster. She found that she was so out of place in the forest. When she saw the substitute again, the feeling of terror and loneliness suddenly disappeared. Because of the running, her heart was beating very fast, but now she was completely relieved. It's really good to have a substitute. If I were to survive alone, I'm afraid that I would be crushed by this invisible pressure very quickly, right? The substitute communicated with ZDI, and the news surprised her. A person called Huang Zhao was asking for help. But after thinking carefully, ZDI replied to the substitute, "Sir, I suggest that you save him." Following that, ZDI's analysis was organized and clear. Her objective was clear and reasonable. But to save him, we have to face at least a dozen bronze spiders. The substitute was in a difficult position. "Sir, I already have a way." ZDI smiled and said, "Believe me, if the cost is greater than the reward, I will definitely not do this." "You're right. But you forgot the most important point," the substitute said. ZDI quickly restrained her smile and lowered her head. "Please instruct me, sir. I am a holy knight, a knight among knights. Helping the weak and saving lives is my creed. Even in times of danger, I will not abandon my companions." The substitute's powerful words echoed in the quiet forest. For a moment, ZDI looked at the youth and was stunned. If Zhenjin himself said this, ZDI would definitely not believe it, and at the same time, despise him. If the substitute had just woken up and said this, ZDI would not believe it either. But a few days ago, ZDI and the substitute experienced life and death together. ZDI saw with her own eyes that the substitute stood up bravely to protect her against the poisonous fire bees. For her, he fought fiercely with the monkey-tail brown bear. In the cave, he struggled back and forth between life and death. Maybe what he said is true. He was originally a knight, and the spirit of chivalry is his creed. His simple memory also reinforced his good character. If that's the case, then he is worthy of my trust. Thinking of this, ZDI smiled. "Sir, I understand." Using combustion-promoting drugs and flame-retardant drugs, the substitute fought against the blade spiders, but found that Huang Zhao had deliberately concealed important information about the silver-level blade spiders. Huang Zhao regained his freedom. In a panic, he took ZDI's dagger and ran away alone. Without the dagger to cut the spiderweb, the substitute fell into a desperate situation. ZDI was bound to the ground by the spider web. She was furious and struggled with all her might. Ah. In desperation, ZDI heard the substitute's angry roar. Her whole body was bound by the spider web, and she lay on the ground unable to move. She could only desperately raise her head, and then she saw the substitute's hands mutate into the claws of a monkey-tail brown bear. And when the blade spider was caught off guard, it killed it. "It's a beast. He's a beast." ZDI was surprised and happy. She was not surprised at all. The substitute was originally a beast transformed by the war trafficker. The next moment, the bare claws of the substitute turned into ashes and scattered, returning to the state of a human hand. ZDI could not help but widen her eyes. This kind of beast can be restored. It's not a one-time beast transformation. No wonder the war trafficker said that the substitute was his proudest work in his life. "I'm saved." Knowing that she was out of danger, ZDI suddenly relaxed. But immediately, her gaze became serious. This is not good. She suddenly remembered that the substitute's memories were artificial, and the beast transformation was a huge flaw. It was extremely conflicting with his memories and identity. ZDI was more worried that this kind of beast transformation would stimulate his original memories and make him realize that he had been deceived. ZDI quickly laid down. Since the situation was unclear, she decided to pretend that she didn't know anything. After killing the silver spider leader, the substitute's body suddenly shook violently. Weakness, an indescribable feeling of weakness reached the bottom of his heart. This was not only a lack of physical strength, nor was it a mental exhaustion. It felt as if a part of his body had suddenly been hollowed out. "Sir, the Lord Zhenjin." ZDI's call seemed to come from the horizon, becoming clearer and louder. Under the urging of the voice, the stand-in finally reacted to the situation. He quickly turned around and rescued ZDI, allowing her to regain her freedom. "Sir, you've awakened your Dochi?" ZDI pretended to be pleasantly surprised. "No. I used the tip of the spear to pierce through the spider web." The substitute's mind was in a mess. He mistakenly thought that ZDI did not see it, so he did not think much and subconsciously hid the secret of the beast transformation. ZDI's heart sank. "He hid it from me. Did he discover the truth?" "No, don't panic. Maybe he did not discover the flaw and found it difficult to accept the fact that his body would change. I still have to continue pretending that I don't know. If I rashly tell him the truth, it will stimulate him and he might do something malicious. That hateful yellow algae ran away. We must find him and teach him a lesson, ZDI said fiercely and immediately changed the topic. Wait, this is good stuff. You must not lose it. ZDI looked at the silver spider's corpse again. The substitute's beast transformation and concealment made her feel a sense of crisis. She had to seize every opportunity to strengthen herself. On one hand, she needed to rely on the substitute to protect herself against the dangerous environment of Confusion Island. On the other hand, she also needed to be wary of the substitute. Maybe the substitute's bestial nature would erupt and pounce on her in the next moment. The substitute was full of doubts when he discovered his own change. Along the way, he often showed a conflicted and confused expression. ZDI saw all this. In this situation, the substitute does not know my feelings. If he confesses this secret to me and asks for my help, it will be in my best interest. Because since he confessed to me, it means that he still trusts me and has not discovered the truth. If he continues to hide it, there are basically two situations. One is that he has not discovered the flaw and is only in the stage of self-doubt. The other is that he has already begun to doubt me and his identity. ZDI followed behind the substitute and observed his expression. The substitute had a lot on his mind and she was also under a lot of pressure. Fortunately, ZDI didn't notice that the substitute was secretly probing her or trying to pry for any information. This made her feel slightly relieved. Sir, look, there are traces of yellow algae here. Soon, ZDI made a pleasantly surprised discovery. While drawing water, ZDI and the substitute were surrounded by Lan Zhao, Kang Shu and the others. ZDI's attitude was unyielding. It's you. H, we finally caught you, yellow algae. In addition to the pressure in her heart, there was also joy. It's too dangerous to stay by the substitute side alone. These people came at a good time. I need some people to accompany me. This way, even if the substitute finds a flaw and wants to attack me, he will have another layer of scruples. Chapter 196. With a plop, Huang Zhao suddenly knelt on the ground, his forehead fiercely hitting the ground. He took the initiative to beg for mercy. Sirs, I am Huang Zhao, I fled at the last moment. I was wrong, I committed an unforgivable crime. This lowly one will not resist. If you want to kill me, I will leave it to the two sirs. Afterwards, Lan Zhao also knelt on the ground and begged for the substitute's forgiveness. Kang Shu also defended him. ZDI glanced at the two brothers kneeling on the ground and could not help but sneer. This lowly and cowardly villain, deceiving Lord Jinjin, concealing the existence of silver magical beasts for his own selfish reasons. Then he fled at the last moment, putting the noble bloodline in danger, repaying kindness with enmity. Scholar, are you advising us to be lenient with such people? On the surface, she said this, but her heart was full of joy. This situation was better than she had expected. She had thought that she would need to fight to make them submit. Kang Shu fought for leniency for the brothers Lan Zhao and Huang Zhao. Lan Zhao and Huang Zhao were willing to be slaves. Sirs. ZDI looked at Jinjin with the attitude of a subordinate waiting for the latter to make a decision. She was a little worried that the substitute would let his emotions affect his decisions. In the end, the substitute said, "Do not overestimate people, but also do not underestimate them. This is the family motto of my 100 Needles clan. Therefore, Huang Zhao, Lan Zhao, I am willing to give you two a chance. I hope that you can use your loyalty and practical actions to change my view of you. The glory of the Holy Temple shrouds every inch of land. The Empire's military flag protects every citizen of the Empire. Follow me, I will lead you out of here alive." ZDI breathed a sigh of relief. The substitute did not let his emotions affect his decisions, he focused on practical benefits and had the demeanor of a noble. Especially the last sentence, "It really is like a holy night." Everyone knelt on the ground, acknowledging the substitute's leadership. Although it is fake, the substitute has the dual identity of a holy knight and a noble, easily becoming the leader. If it were me, It would be impossible for me to achieve this in such a short time. Sigh. If I really want to do this, the time, energy, and price I have to pay will far exceed that of a substitute. ZDI sighed. As the team rested, the stand-in summoned Kang Shu alone. I wonder how the stand-in's leadership skills are. According to the intelligence and personal observation, Jinjin's leadership ability is worrying. No, I have to help him more. ZDI couldn't stay idle. She quickly made initial contact with each member. As a businesswoman, she was very good at socializing. Soon, she restored the entire truth. This Kang Shu is not simple. ZDI reminded her stand-in when they were alone. You can't overestimate others, but you can't underestimate them either. The substitute sighed and then told ZDI, regarding my incomplete memory and inability to use battle energy, you have to keep it a secret for the time being. ZDI nodded repeatedly, her face slightly solemn. I understand, sir. She was about to remind the substitute of this matter. She didn't want this secret to be exposed. Kang Shu's appearance made ZDI vigilant. This old scholar was definitely a smart person. The substitute's rationality and alertness had already made ZDI feel pressured. If people like Kang Shu knew more, it would do ZDI no good. You arrange for the members of the exploration team to come in one by one. I will talk to them alone in the tent. The stand-in finally ordered ZDI. This action made the girl slightly stunned. Then, she asked by YA and the others about the stand-in's promise. As long as they performed well, they might be able to follow him in the future and join Baisha City. At the very least, they could become guards of Baisha City. ZDI was a little impressed by the stand-in. It seems that although he has lost all his memory, he still has a certain level of leadership ability. My previous worries were a little unnecessary. Could it be because of his original identity? ZDI began to be curious about the stand-in's original identity. Because she knew that if it was Jinjin, there was a high probability that he wouldn't do this. Jinjin's attitude towards these civilians was quite arrogant. He wouldn't lower himself to meet and talk to everyone. He would probably think that these people were lucky to be able to follow him. In the tent, the stand-in, ZDI, Kang Shu, and the others began to discuss the next course of action. Everyone combined the maps in their hands, and the stand-in said, "We are now here. Our goal is to return here." No one objected to the proposal to join the main force. ZDI sighed inwardly. She still couldn't forget the war dealer's legacy. Previously, there was only her and the stand-in, but now that they had subdued such a group of people, ZDI once again had a desire for the legacy. Kang Shu began to talk about his speculation. He mentioned a shocking conjecture: the magical beasts on this island were man-made. The stand-in was surprised because it was the first time he had heard this. ZDI was also surprised. She looked at the old scholar in front of her and was even more wary of him. How on earth did he know this secret? Kang Shu slowly explained, "Since entering the island, I have dissected many magical beasts. I found that although they have a stable cycle of their own and their organs work closely together as if they were born this way, when I really looked into it, they are actually unnatural." ZDI frowned slightly, pondering Kang Shu's words. Unnatural? Kang Shu's following explanation gradually made everyone accept his conjecture. ZDI sighed in relief. Kang Shu didn't know, and was just speculating based on his rich knowledge. This old scholar is very good. He's not an ordinary noble steward. ZDI evaluated in her heart. Lan Zhao couldn't help but ask, then who can create so many magical beasts? Which big shot in the empire is it? Could it be a god? Only a god has the power to create things, right? ZDI's heart skipped a beat. Thanks to Kang Shu's speculation, everyone had a deeper understanding of the island. ZDI wouldn't take the initiative to explain, because it would arouse suspicion. Kang Shu was an unexpected person, but at this point, can I push the boat with the current? I can give these people pointers and influence them to look for the alchemy factory. As long as they don't doubt me, any attempt should be worth it. So she said, it's also possible for a mage. As far as I know, a legendary mage can transform and operate a half-plane. Isn't this imitating the creation of the gods? Kang Shu guessed again. I think that the teleportation mechanism that seems to be changing the landscape is probably one of the measures taken by the owner of this island to maintain the ecology of the island. ZDI looked at Kang Shu and gave everyone pointers again. If these beasts are also teleported, then perhaps the owner of this island wants them to fight and choose the strongest monster. Just like the alchemy puppet competition held by the Alchemy Guild, is it to cultivate the strongest life weapon? Kang Shu smiled. Lady ZDI's analysis is very reasonable, and there is indeed such a possibility. But I still insist that the possibility of maintaining the ecology is greater. Kang Shu's words were reasonable, and ZDI also felt that it was very reasonable. Perhaps, the purpose of this teleportation mechanism is both. The girl spoke again. So, the owner of this island deliberately created jungles, mountains, deserts, snowy peaks, and other landforms to restrain these created beasts, stabilize the ecology of the island, and maintain the balance of nature. But why do I feel that he wants to select a monster that can adapt to all environments and has the strongest strength? If one associates it with the beast men and life alchemy, perhaps one can guess that the owner of this island is a warmonger. Kang Shu continued with his conjecture. The chaotic magic is extremely unstable, and sometimes it will cause explosions. In this environment, the prohibition of low-level magic and combat energy also protects these beasts, maintains their stability, and allows them to live forever. ZDI couldn't help but look at Kang Shu in a new light again. She had long guessed this secret, but she didn't expect that an outsider like Kang Shu would also investigate so deeply. And all this old scholar was only able to do this with the help of his own knowledge and wisdom. Seeing that no one had the intention to find the central hub, ZDI finally couldn't help but say, if Mr. Kang Shu's conjecture is true, then whether it is this island or the various beasts, they are all modified objects. Then on this island, there must be a central hub. What do you think will happen if we find this central hub? Lan Zhao quickly said, that's too dangerous, isn't it? To be able to modify the entire island and create so many beasts, we can't fight against it at all. He's simply courting death. ZDI smiled and shook her head slightly. Actually, that's not the case. Everyone, think carefully. According to our previous analysis, there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that the owner of the island is out and not on the island. This is the best time for us to attack the central hub. The second possibility is that the owner of the island has always been there, but he didn't make a move. He is monitoring us, playing with us, or doesn't care about us. However, once we successfully escape from this island, he will definitely make a move to kill us in order to keep it a secret. So, rather than this, it's better to attack the central hub. Once the central hub is destroyed, we can stop the transmission and return the island's environment to normal. We can use magic and combat energy, and those beasts will collapse because of it. This is extremely beneficial for us to escape. Lan Zhao was speechless. Thinking about it this way, it seemed to make sense. ZDI looked at the substitute again, her eyes shining brightly. Lord Zhenjin, we are going to the Orc continent and strive to take control of White Sand City. If we can obtain this magic technology, we can create silver and gold level beasts in batches. Even if these beasts can only last for a short time, they will self-destruct. How much do you think this will benefit us? In an instant, the substitute felt a rush of excitement. My lord, Kang Shu said slowly, I don't agree with Lady ZDI's suggestion. Kang Shu mentioned 4 aspects. His logic was clear and organized, and these words completely moved the substitute. The substitute thought for a moment, then nodded. Your analysis is very good. The central hub is too elusive, and the risk is too great. We are not strong enough, so our first goal is to join the main force and create a ship to escape from this island as soon as possible. Damn it. ZDI secretly clenched her fists. She was very unwilling. Am I really going to miss out on the war dealer's legacy? That is the legacy of an alchemy grandmaster. If I get it, my life and my fate will be turned upside down. ZDI was helpless. She could not tell the truth. If he were to reveal the truth, he might draw fire to himself and destroy himself. The decision was made, but they were not in a hurry to set off. This was because Kang Shu suggested hunting sheep to obtain a large amount of food. This suggestion was also approved by ZDI. Food was very important, and at the same time, the difficulty of this mission was very low. It would be easy to strengthen the substitute's prestige. However, the development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone was poisoned because of eating lamb. The group almost collapsed on the ground. The symptoms of the poisoning were similar to cold poison, but it was not. ZDI vaguely thought of something, but she could not really grasp the flash of inspiration in her mind. I don't have much time. In a hurry, ZDI quickly made a choice. Sir, red, white mushroom bottle cap. ZDI used a stiff finger to point to the small leather bag at her waist. ZDI reluctantly opened her mouth, and Jinjin began to pour the thick red medicine in the bottle. When the medicine entered her mouth, ZDI's heart suddenly trembled. She grasped the inspiration. Wait, maybe it is that possibility. It was too late. In the next moment, her eyes rolled back and she completely fainted. Fortunately, Kang Shu reminded the substitute before she fainted. The group hurriedly rushed back to the location where they hunted the sheep. Everyone recovered, but they also fell into a panic. Their morale plummeted. The substitute stood up to stabilize the morale and told everyone, things are far from out of control. Don't forget, we still have Miss ZDI. She is not only a magician, but also an extraordinary pharmacist. The substitute seemed to have forgotten that ZDI had just drunk the medicine and fainted on the spot. However, there were many people who saw this scene at that time. On the way back, people who knew about this spread the news. Could she really do it? The substitute guaranteed, we didn't know the cause of the poisoning before, so it is normal to make mistakes in diagnosis and treatment. The use of medicine has always been particular about the right medicine. Now that we know the cause, it is a completely different matter. How can a mere flock of sheep trap our hands and feet? Everyone, I still have to lead you away from this island. It is too early to give up now. ZDI's heart was moved. She made a mistake. She did not detect the poison in the sheep. When she detoxified the poison, she also made a mistake. But in this case, the substitute still trusted her. This feeling of being trusted was really good, and the substitute, who calmed the people and cleaned up the situation, was like the rising sun at dawn. The sun was not dazzling, but it brought people hope. It was also like the flag fluttering in the wind at the top of a white castle under the blue sky. As long as one saw such a flag, they would inevitably be attracted and led by it. This made ZDI feel reliable again. His leadership ability is much better than Jinjin's. Gathering in the tent, the higher-ups were distressed about the poisoning. ZDI had already grasped the inspiration in her mind. She used the medicine on the spot to conduct an experiment and refined many small particles. She carefully examined these small particles, and her eyes lit up. Everyone, I think I have found the real cause. The poisoning was only a superficial phenomenon. The real cause was the frost magic hidden in the sheep meat. The latter was very restrained at low temperatures. When everyone ate the sheep meat, they were eroded by this magic. Fortune and disaster came hand in hand. This kind of sheep meat was a very valuable commodity. The purple-eyed girl looked at the substitute with bright eyes. Lord Jinjin, if we develop and control this business, it will undoubtedly be of great help to you. Whether it is competing for the position of Lord of White Sand City or becoming the Lord of White Sand City, you will need a lot of money. And this business is like putting a pair of wings on your back. It may even bring us the support of the top nobles. ZDI secretly sighed. This is only a very small part of the warlord's legacy, and its value is already so high. It is hard to imagine how great the benefits of the complete legacy would be. Although they had found the cause, to solve this problem, ZDI still had to rely on herself. The others, including the substitute and Kang Shu, could not help. ZDI locked herself in the tent and faced this challenge alone. ZDI, you can do it. Do your best. The purple-eyed girl took a deep breath and began to try. After failing again and again, ZDI was soon covered in sweat. Failure kept appearing, and success was not in sight. The pressure in her heart was increasing. If they could not solve this problem, they would be trapped here forever. Whether it was meeting with the main force or going to the alchemy factory, it would be an extravagant hope. You must do it. Father's revenge, and the purple vine chamber of commerce. ZDI, you must solve this problem. ZDI gritted her teeth and persisted. After struggling alone until late at night, ZDI's hand that was reaching for the bag at her waist suddenly stopped. There are no more herbs. She seemed to have stepped on air and fell from the cliff into the abyss. For a while, she was like a stone statue, frozen in place. This kind of herb was very important. If it was used up, it would be a complete failure. Despair and depression were like a tsunami, drowning ZDI's heart. She staggered and almost fell to the ground, almost crying out loud. Calm down, calm down. She persuaded herself in her heart, but tears silently flowed down. She knew that panic could not help her, so she began to take deep breaths. But deep breaths did not work. Her thoughts were in a mess, and it was difficult to think. At this time, she smelled the smell of the medicine on the substitute. Earlier on the dock, she had secretly sprinkled some kind of scent medicine on the substitute for insurance. This smell could only be smelled by ZDI, who had taken the corresponding medicine. Smelling this smell, ZDI's heart slowly calmed down. She knew that when she was struggling alone, the substitute had been standing outside her tent, guarding her. All of a sudden, she felt that she wasn't alone. In this desperate situation, there was still one person who faced it with her, who fought together with her. He is using his own way to help me, with all his strength. He is protecting me. He still thinks that I don't know, although he is not a real knight, although he may cause trouble for me in the future, but at this moment, it's good to have you by my side. ZDI's mood completely calmed down, and she quietly wiped the tears on her cheeks. There is still hope. Although the key herbs have been used up, I can try to replace them with other herbs. This was precious knowledge from the barbarian's leather scroll. ZDI was not sure, she had no experience in this area, but Jin's existence gave her the courage to try. Failure again and again. Failure, failure, failure. Continuous failure. ZDI did not know how many times she had failed. She was already numb to the results of failure. So much so that when success came, she still subconsciously tried again. The next moment, ZDI covered her mouth, looked at the liquid in the bottle, and tears fell again. She collected her emotions, tidied up her appearance, and sniffed softly. The substitute was still there. Outside the tent, the sun illuminated the east, and the morning glow filled the sky. ZDI called, Lord Jin, are you still there? Yes. Jin immediately replied. Then please come in. As soon as he entered the tent, all kinds of strange smells became stronger and rushed into the substitute's nose. And the smell that originated from him was caught by ZDI. ZDI looked at the substitute and raised the glass bottle in her hand. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. There was a blue liquid in the bottle, like seawater. The surface was calm, but there was a turbulent undercurrent in the depths. Chapter 197. The potion had been made, but the actual effects still needed to be tested in practice. After Lan Zhao swallowed the potion, his entire face immediately turned blue. At the same time, he grabbed his neck with both hands, opened his mouth, widened his eyes, and vomited. But the uncomfortable thing was that he could not vomit anything. Brother! Huang Zhao shouted in shock. The others were also a little surprised. Don't worry, this is a normal reaction. ZDI comforted everyone. Not long after, the substitute also took the potion. The substitute spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was red and blue, and there were a few thumb-sized ice cubes in it. These ice cubes emitted a strong cold air, showing a strange blue-purple color. But at this moment, Jin's expression changed. ZDI's heart suddenly jumped, and she hurriedly walked forward with concern. Is there something wrong? Nothing. The substitute shook his head. He seems to be hiding something from me. Does my potion have some side effects on war creatures? ZDI was worried. It was not that she did not consider the substitute's physique as a war creature, but the key was that she could not guess the methods used by the war traffickers to create war creatures. The war traffickers were the pinnacle of alchemy in the world, and ZDI was only a small black iron mage. In addition, ZDI was also worried about something. That was the grass. This discovery was a byproduct of the development of the potion. It turned out that the goat was also a victim, and the real wealth was the grass that grew here. When I was developing the potion, I used a lot of grass. This fact is very difficult to hide. Maybe I can deceive others, but Kang Shu must have guessed. An old scholar like him probably already knows the truth. Sigh. What should I do? The feeling of taking the potion made the substitute suspicious, and he even suspected that he could shapeshift because ZDI inadvertently made a transformation potion when she saved him. That night, when the substitute fell into a dream, he once again received a scene of Jinjin's memory. In the morning, he excitedly found ZDI and whispered to her, "There's good news, I've recovered some of my memories. I feel that my combat strength will increase a lot because of this." A happy smile appeared on ZDI's face. "My lord, the situation will get better and better." "You're right. I have to give it a try. I'll take my leave first." The substitute bade farewell and left excitedly. Watching him lift the curtain and leave, the smile on ZDI's face quickly disappeared. The substitute's actions showed that he did not suspect ZDI. However, other than making the young girl relax, this trust also added many complicated emotions to her. This memory is fake. I lied to him. Before he saw through the truth, he trusted me so much. He did everything he could to protect me and accompany me. If he discovers the truth one day, how should I face him? Stop. ZDI, what are you thinking? He's just a substitute. It was just a tool. In the past, your life might have been tied to his, but now that he's dead, the contract is no longer valid. If he discovers this secret in the future, then execute him. Remember, ZDI, you have to be rational. You have to think about the big picture. ZDI had thought about her situation and had a very clear plan. In her opinion, the best result of her trip was to obtain the inheritance of the war dealer. But she had tried and failed. The team was focused on escaping from the Confusion Island. It would be impossible for her to successfully find the central hub and sneak into the alchemy factory by herself. Her current failure did not mean that she would not have a chance in the future. If it really did not work and they left the Confusion Island, ZDI still planned to compete with Jinjin for the position of the mayor of White Sand City. Jinjin is still in the dark. He doesn't know what happened to me. When the shipwreck happened, he was not affected by the environment of the Confusion Island. He could still use magic and do qi. Jinjin is likely to have survived. It's very likely that he's in the main group. If he's unfortunately killed, I'll be in big trouble. ZDI had previously signed a marriage contract with Jinjin. This magical contract bound both parties to not have any malicious intentions towards each other. However, this contract had been tampered with by the war dealer, changing it into a life contract between ZDI and the substitute. After the war dealer died, the contract became invalid. If Jinjin died in the shipwreck and ZDI was still alive, she would definitely be suspected by the Hundred Needles family, investigated, and even punished. Even if she used the substitute to deceive them for a while, it was not a long-term solution. ZDI had been confident before because the war dealer would help the substitute in disguise. Now that the main force was gone, it would be very difficult to deceive the Empire's investigation with the substitute's identity as a war creature. Last night in the tent, ZDI had faced a desperate situation. The substitute had silently guarded outside the tent and comforted her and encouraged her. But at dawn, after the medicine had taken effect, ZDI had completely calmed down. The blood of a merchant flowed in her bones. Her father was able to create a business miracle like the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. Whether it was her talent or her nurture, ZDI was very good at calculating and making choices for benefits. She had indeed been moved by the substitute's protection at a certain moment last night. But being moved was not a substitute for reality. The new memories allowed the substitute to master excellent long-range attacks. The substitute tried to recruit Kang Shu, even revealing the secret of the green grass. In the end, it failed. But the substitute did not return empty-handed. For his own freedom, Kang Shu was willing to contribute the training method of the explosive hooves Savage Horse Cavalry to the substitute. Kang Shu also advised the substitute, reminding him that the team was facing a shortage of food. In order to solve this problem, the substitute discussed with Kang Shu and went to ZDI's tent alone. ZDI had already rested. The workload of concocting medicine for the entire team was too much. The process was also very troublesome, and she was exhausted. The substitute paced outside the tent. Although the problem was serious, the substitute did not want to disturb ZDI. Let her have a good rest. While the substitute was thinking, ZDI, who was sleeping soundly in the dim tent, gently twitched her nose and smelled the substitute's scent. Then she slowly opened her eyes. "Is it, my lord?" ZDI's voice came from the tent. The substitute was about to turn and leave when he heard the voice. He immediately turned around. "It's me. There are some things I need to discuss with you." The substitute told ZDI about his failure to recruit Kang Shu. ZDI felt that Kang Shu was not simple. As for the substitute's idea of using medicine to detoxify the mutton and turn it into food, ZDI admitted that she had no way to do it. She was able to succeed because of a lot of luck. The most important medicinal materials had been used up and could not be replenished. ZDI could only comfort the substitute. Perhaps she could find some supplies in the previously established camp. The substitute's disappointed expression was obvious. ZDI was also very disappointed. Reality seemed to be reminding her that they could not even solve the food problem. The team was still in danger and could not even protect themselves. How could they talk about finding the central hub? Before leaving, the substitute's face flashed with a hint of hesitation. But in the end, he turned around and asked, "ZDI, do you still have the blood of the brown monkey bear?" ZDI handed the medicine bottle containing the bear's blood to the substitute. It seems that the substitute has always suspected that his beastification was due to the transformation medicine. But in fact, this is his ability after being transformed by the war traffickers. I really hope that he can tell me this secret and ask for my help. If the substitute did so, it meant that he trusted ZDI very much. The scouts found a group of flying squirrels. After careful consideration, the substitute decided to train archers to eliminate the flying squirrels and solve the food shortage crisis. The entire team is once again in a life and death situation. There will only be hope if we win. The substitute's prestige will increase greatly. If the team can survive, we might even be able to find the central hub in the future. ZDI was so focused that she forgot to eat and sleep. She shut herself in the tent and almost never went out. After a few days, she finally developed the medicine. This medicine could deceive the flying squirrel's sense of smell. She handed the medicine to the substitute. The substitute was very surprised and excitedly hugged ZDI. ZDI's body stiffened. She had never been hugged so tightly by a man. Her originally clear and rational mind seemed to be melted by the rich and charming aura of the substitute. Then, she heard the substitute praise, "ZDI, my fiancé, you always surprise me. Thank you for your support." It was not until the substitute left that ZDI's thoughts gradually recovered. "You've always been supporting me." She looked at the back of the substitute and responded in her heart. When she was alone in the tent, ZDI calmed down again. She reached out and patted her still hot cheeks, reminding herself again, "Wake up. ZDI. He's just a substitute. He hid the secret of his shape-shifting from you. If he knows the truth in the future, how will he treat you?" The substitute's steady and persistent performance made ZDI have a whole new level of respect for him. He's clearly half a step in the air and about to fall off the cliff, but is still able to keep his composure. "I definitely can't do that." Although the battle to hunt the flying squirrels was thrilling and there were many twists and turns, the human team achieved a complete victory in the end. The substitute's performance was outstanding, especially at the end. His arm became thicker and he threw the dagger with great strength, killing the black iron-ranked flying squirrel leader in one blow. His style was awe-inspiring. ZDI secretly admired the battle dealer's alchemy skills. She guessed, could it be that the substitute can control his own body and completely control the shape-shifting of his body parts? I was a little puzzled before. The substitute's shape-shifting ability conflicted with his disguise mission. But now it seems that this partial shapeshifting ability can be hidden very well. Especially when combined with fighting energy, it's very difficult to be detected. This great victory greatly increased the stand-in's prestige. Many people publicly expressed their desire to follow Jinjin after the battle. The substitute became even more suspicious because of the second shapeshifting. That night, he summoned ZDI and asked her about the situation in a roundabout way. Did something happen? Or do you think there's some hidden danger? ZDI asked. She really hoped that the substitute could reveal the secret of his shapeshifting ability. But to her disappointment, the substitute's answer was only, "Nothing, I just want to understand. It's getting late, we have to set off tomorrow. Go back and have a good rest." The teleportation took everyone by surprise. The sandstorm was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, wanting to reap the lives of the entire team. At the critical moment, ZDI immediately used medicine to melt a large hole in the sand, quickly creating a basement. "Substitute, where are you?" ZDI sprinkled medicine again, and white flames ignited in the violent sandstorm of the night. The white flames were like a mark, attracting many people around them. But to ZDI's disappointment, she did not see the substitute. "Quickly hide in there, Lord Jinjin will definitely come. Miss ZDI, your position is too dangerous, quickly hide in the basement." Everyone persuaded her, and ZDI could not hold on, so she could only retreat for the time being. Good times did not last long. The temporary melted hole was very unstable and soon collapsed. Fortunately, ZDI still had plenty of medicine, and began to melt again in an attempt to expand the space. Suddenly, there was nothing under their feet, and they fell deeper. "There's actually a natural hole here. We're saved." Everyone kept taking deep breaths, as the lack of oxygen was very serious. Kang Shu's expression was heavy. "This hole is not natural, but a passage for wild beasts. The reason why there's air is probably because this passage leads directly to the surface." The many beast marks in the hole were quite obvious. Everyone's expression was stern. After resting for a while, the group carefully began to explore. They found green-skinned lizards. Kang Shu and the others were not unfamiliar with these beasts, they had encountered them when they were in the desert. After eliminating a few green-skinned lizards along the way, the group unexpectedly came to a unique hole. After identifying it, they found that this was the lizard's nursery, and a large number of lizard eggs were stored inside. In addition, there were several female lizards guarding the eggs and incubating them at the same time. A fierce battle unfolded, and ZDI kept throwing out medicine, finally helping her companions win. They eliminated all the female lizards, but the situation was even more dangerous, because the battle attracted an endless stream of strong lizards. These lizards kept attacking the nursery, and the humans could only rely on the narrow hole in the nursery to hold on. ZDI did not have enough medicine to melt another passage. Kang Shu even deduced that this lizard community was very large through dissection and other things. Without treatment, no matter how long they held on, they would eventually die. ZDI was very unwilling. Clearly, the team had eliminated the pterosaur group, solved the food crisis, and the substitute's authority had been strengthened. After one night, they had fallen into such a desperate situation. She opened her mouth to boost everyone's morale, but the effect was not very good. She had an idea and sprinkled pink medicine on the lizards. These injured lizards retreat. As long as they return to the ground and are seen by others, we might be able to get reinforcement. This method finally gave everyone some hope and stabilized their morale. ZDI, you can't give up yet. There's still a chance. ZDI encouraged herself as she actively looked for other ways out. After trying, she found that these lizard eggs were very good medicinal materials. She used these medicinal materials to concoct acid mist medicine that even the lizards could not withstand. Kang Shu speculated that these green-skinned lizards would go out to look for food in the morning. ZDI used these medicines to help everyone break out of the encirclement. After a thrilling escape, they returned to the ground. However, they did not expect that the lizards that went out to hunt for food would be attacked by the scorpions and return to their nest early. ZDI and the others were surrounded and could only retreat to the top of a sand dune. Relying on the acid mist medicine, everyone could barely hold on. The lizards surrounded them and waited for ZDI's medicine to run out. Everyone was in despair, and ZDI was the same. However, Bai Ya said, "The Lord Zhenjin will definitely appear and save us in time to lead us out of here. Just because he is a Templar Knight." ZDI smiled bitterly in her heart. Ever since the sandstorm, she had especially missed the substitute. Now, she could not smell any scent on the substitute. It was very likely that the substitute had died in the sandstorm. And Bai Ya's naive thoughts reminded her of a fairy tale when she was young. The fairy tale of a princess, a demon, and a knight. The demon captured the princess and forced her to marry him. But the little princess shook her head. "I don't want to marry you, you bad demon. My father and mother will send a knight to save me." ZDI had long stopped believing in such a fairy tale. The cruel reality made her secretly admire the little princess's courage and determination. Although she was in a predicament, she always maintained hope that a knight would come to save her. A fairy tale is just a fairy tale. I'm afraid this will be my burial ground. Even now, I don't know where the central hub is. Damn it, revenge for my father, and the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. However, right at this moment, ZDI heard someone shout, "Quick, come and take a look. Is there a person over there?" This shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. There is a person. Who is it? I can't see clearly. He's running towards us. ZDI was stunned and also began to look. Kang Shu narrowed his eyes. There are green lizards at the foot of the sand dune, but this person is still rushing over. He's obviously a bold person. It's the Lord Zhenjin, it must be him. Bai Ya shouted excitedly. As the distance closed, everyone could finally recognize the person's face. Immediately, cheers rang out. "It's my lord, it really is the Lord Zhenjin." In an instant, ZDI's heart raced. A strong emotion almost burst out of her eyes and turned into tears of excitement. She remembered her mother's words. "My little princess, don't worry, you will have your knight. He will protect you for the rest of your life." My knight. The eyes of the childhood ZDI shone. Where is he? Mother is not too sure. But what is certain is that he will definitely appear in your life. Now. He appeared.